2 weeks to the 4 right now?
Yeah, I think we left it with 2 weeks spent and 2 weeks to continue on with the downtime between catching up to today, what would be Tollis's November 5th.
Okay,
I think
so yeah, I would definitely spend some time trying to get rid of some of the other magic items for us, and then also definitely gambling. And can I use inspiration when I gamble, or is that just always a straight roll? I felt like it's kind of cheating because it's like a roll off, so that's why I haven't. But I figured I would ask anyway.
so. Seeing as how it's not strictly that you're coming up like 100%, like doubling your money kind of thing. Um, like basically when I have you guys roll to see your percentile, like an odd number is like less than 100, an even number is like over 100. So like if you were to win and roll like 37, you're going to come up 37% of what you originally bet. Um versus like if you roll like 137, you're like doubling your money plus that 37. I feel like that makes it a little bit more keen to say there's oh man, see the weird part about that is there's a way for you to basically be in debt in the same way. Like if you lost the roll and also went odd, you would actually be in debt the money. But I think that makes sense. Um that's kind of like the bare bones of like the betting system that I have going on. I don't think it's wrong to say you can do the D20, but it might be a call for me to switch it off of a D20 roll because quite often that's realistically the reason why I have you guys roll D100s. Is usually if I say something is a D100 roll, that's to say you can't use inspiration on this roll. Not necessarily that we need those 5 percentiles broken down.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go like reckless bet at some point in time, and then I'll also spend some time trying to sell off some of the other magic stuff.
Gotcha. And in a week's downtime, I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't be doing both. Like, in the long run, like having three different things going on, like betting, trying to practice your shooting, and trying to sell things. I don't think that's necessarily more than you could accomplish in a week's time. So I think that's perfectly fine. Have you thought about anything else you were learning? What did we have you doing? Like you practice a spell, Chris?
I was writing some spell scrolls.
Okay, you were physically like copying spell scrolls or making spell scrolls.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you
big.
accomplished the ones you wanted, right? Did you have anything else that you thought of in the interim?
I think I would have, because we got some vials from the Brotherhood of Venom up in the apartments. Those things that turn people weird. I think he would send at least one of them to Inverted Pyramid, and I think I'm not sure how much a spell of a level one scroll would cost, but like to buy from a shop. I guess that would be it.
What spell would you be looking for in a scroll?
Oh, I was thinking cost fair.
Gotcha. Yeah, so inside the inverted pyramid, I feel like you would basically know is a solid place if you're looking to get a scroll to then like copy into your spell book. Inside of the inverted pyramid, it is entirely viable for you to potentially gain access to spells and be able to add them to your spell book. The alternative is obviously that you could also go into the city and try to find spell scrolls. Um, I wouldn't necessarily say one excludes the other, but there might be more like research to acquire a spell effectively for free through the inverted pyramid rather than trying to find something in the city where you would buy it and like use it to add it to your spell book. Um, but I think that's one thing to put out there for you in the long run as far as a level one spell goes. Probably the hardest thing would be simply because it's necromancy, to make it hard to find. But I don't think there's any reason to say you wouldn't be able to find this in the downtime. It's just a question of what means to go out finding it. Do you have a thought? Do you want it in a scroll for a purpose, or do you want to just make sure that you can add it to your spellbook?
Oh, it's mostly for adding to my spell book, so probably go inverted pyramid then, even if it take more research time.
Gotcha. So yeah, let me have you do a charisma roll here and see what that kind of puts you at if you can kind of find the right teacher.
That is a 14.
All right, that feels pretty good. And let me get a percentile here.
58.
Gotcha. So let's say it takes 5 days, like 5 8-hour days, out of your weeks to basically, you know, teaching with, like working with a teacher, kind of like practicing, and basically it takes that amount of time for you to gain access to that spell. And then whatever the cost of adding the spell, as if you had the scroll, pay that as well. So I think a level one spell probably costs you outside of your school, but you pay half price, don't you? Anyways, isn't that what the scribes do?
Checking if I do that right now or if it's later.
Or does is it like halftime? I feel like Scribes does something special, but basically it takes you 5 days inside of the inverted pyramid where you're doing essentially nothing else but eating and like nourishing yourself. 5 days in the normal cost of transferring a level one spell to your spell book. Justin, for Jinx, do you wanna you said start with some gambling and then try to sell some stuff?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So let's just do the D20 to see whether you are win or loss. And do you want to use inspiration to have advantage there?
No, I'm just gonna do 500 on the first one. It's a
Gotcha.
natural
And then
20.
do a D100 here.
It's
All right. So as
98.
far as I'm concerned, you win 1,000 gold there. So you have 1,500 gold, like that 500 plus an extra 1,000. You could calculate out if you wanted the 98 percentile, but as far as I'm concerned, just do the extra 1,000. I guess it would be 980.
Yeah, that's crazy. I pretty much rolled max on like the D20 and on the other one. Um, well, that man, I was only really trying to get to that. So I think probably I've got enough now. So yeah, well, I'll do another. Let's do another 500. I'll use my advantage on that one.
All right. So you're gonna lose on this one. Roll D100.
It's a 96.
Gotcha. So you're essentially losing, the full 500. I feel like 96% of 500 is
Yeah, that it doesn't
was
matter.
that?
If you round them both off, it works out like the same anyway. So,
Yeah.
but that's all I was trying to do was get up to 2,000 gold. So I got what I need.
Gotcha. So yeah, those are probably like effectively like two of the nights of your actual week. I don't think those are terribly strenuous when you're just talking about like the ability to gamble away or gain fortune like that. I think that's kind of here nor there. Um, Selling the magical items, have you guys actually discussed a little bit more in depth which items you all wanted to save, which items you all wanted to get rid of?
Yeah, yeah, we've gone over everything pretty good.
Excellent. Welcome to Midnight Saturdays. You have some magical items you would like to list for sale? Do you want to sell them to me? Are you looking for me to find a buyer?
I mean, I'm not real particular to tell you the truth. I'm not in a hurry or anything like that. But I mean, if you offered me a nice price right now, I mean, I'd walk out of here without them in a heartbeat. So we got us a wand of acid curse, never been used by me. I can't say before that. 1+1 mace. It has definitely been used. And a +1 spear as well. Obviously in nice condition.
Gotcha. Did I actually list the value for what up, Justin?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late.
Oh, all good. I don't think you've really missed much at this point.
You
Do
missed some
you
shopping.
do you have inspiration on Dalton?
I don't think so. I think I used it up. Let me check.
Gotcha. Well, while you're loading up, like take your time. I'm just going to continue with Jinx as he's going here.
Yeah.
Basically, we did inspiration on the dice. The recap was super short, and we're just continuing on with the second 2 weeks of the 2 weeks of the 4 weeks of downtime that would get us back to present. But we're just working with the two of them right now. Chris went through the inverted pyramid to learn a spell from another professor here, and Jinx is just doing a bit of like his first night gambling, or rather, like 2 nights of gambling and selling some magical items. Did I ever give you a value, Jinx, for the Wand of Acid Curse?
I don't have a value written next to it, no.
I feel like that might be a tollless item. Getting a phone call, I guarantee you it's dead. Even after telling him like twice this week, hey, you only ever call when we're playing D&D. Uncommon requires 2 mint. I feel like uncommon is pretty much in that like 500 mark. So those are all basically like 500 gold a piece. Roll. I guess, can I have all three of you roll me a charisma check here?
Oh, 16 for Gale.
12 for Jinx.
It'd be an 18 for Dalton.
Gotcha. I feel like that's a solid like 15 all around. Let's go for. Can I have all of you roll a percentile, D100?
89.
38.
And only 16 for me.
Oh, well, I can certainly use all of these to where I'm willing to purchase them myself and take the risk that I can find a buyer for them. Albeit I'm not entirely sure about their values other than, roughly I could pay about 1,500. I think I could do about, 575 for the wand. About 450 for the mace. And I believe I could do 650 for the spear.
Oh yeah, I mean you got yourself a deal. I mean, look, I was looking to unload these things. I feel like you're being overly generous, and I'll remember that in the future. I'll bring you the good stuff.
Well, if you were entirely interested in building a name for yourselves and having a sponsor could be quite beneficial for multiple people. And while most people know to shop at Midrith Oddities, I wouldn't mind having the heroes of this city show up with my mark on all of their goods.
Hey, just out of curiosity, I mean, we're not going to sell out or anything, but I've heard a little bit about this sponsorship and how exactly does that work? Because we sort of like dabble the line between making a name for ourselves and like avoiding making a name for ourselves, if you know what I mean.
You're not doing very well avoiding making a name for yourselves.
Well, I like to think that we got to a crossroads and then we sort of just stumbled one direction, and that was making a name for ourselves. So, I mean, I guess we're kind of.
You've blown up the center of Delver Square on multiple occasions and pretty much attracted hundreds of people's attention. Hundreds of the most aware people that you could possibly attract their attention. Other
I'll have,
Delvers.
I'll have to double check on a lot of that because I think what you're confusing here is you're not using the word allegedly because I don't think a lot of that has been proven.
I'm pretty sure I've seen all of the paperwork being filled out with the city guards. And she kind of like will like look over you all like the three of, and she like kind of like stops on Gale for a moment. 2 to 3 of you have been present almost every single time. I can't actually remember whether it was Malchin or Gale the first time you guys blew up Dover Square. I think it's been the 3 of you plus sidekicks each time.
No, yeah, that sounds right. That was actually us. Now that I think about it. But yeah, so is there like certain terms, or do we negotiate that? How does that work exactly? I mean, we get like a patch that we have to wear.
I would like to have all of you in branded attire, if at all possible. Cloaks would be wonderful. Patches are a really good starting point. Brooches, different things. Perhaps your cloak pins being branded for major oddities. Many different options exist, for sure, but the little things are what matters. Swapping out your potion vials for major oddities vials, things like that. We could do a certain stipend if there's a certain amount of equipment and needs that you would like to get from the shop. I can certainly just be, I could pay you a flat rate for all of the items that you bring out from the Underdog. There's many different options on how we could go about partnering, but I think it could be mutually beneficial for both of us, and there's not many people selling dragon pistols, and I see you have a plethora. So perhaps when you run out of hands and have more dragon pistols than hands, you could start to sell them to me as well.
Oh,
There's
you
many
know what?
different ways.
Actually, see, that's why we do need to partner up because I've been meaning to sell off some of these dragon rifles and pistols and whatnot that we've been acquiring because we're just, like you said, we're running out of hands. Um, Maybe we could work that out as well. So I wouldn't have all of them on me right now, but I would like leave and come back and bring like two of like the generic extra pistols that we had. If I could swing those as well.
What would you say to in the future? I purchase everything from you for a flat rate of profitability. No questions asked on what things are, where they come from. I can purchase them for this 85% of their traditional costs. Many times this should leave me plenty of profitability, but when I do get hosed, that advertisement from your group should be able to make up for any losses that I would sustain.
I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. Now, here's the thing, though, is that, obviously we're going to need to have first choice ourselves for what we keep and what we don't. But I mean, the majority of the stuff, unless we're using it for personal upgrades or, of course, to equip our body.
Oh, it would be entirely up to you what you bring in. I don't require that you bring everything to me at first hand. Not at all.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for my friends technically, but I will. We have a deal. And I'll put my hand out to shake.
Well, we still have to discuss uh, uh, okay. And she's gonna shake your hand.
Yeah, right. We'll sort out any of the business on the other side. So yeah, okay. So what were the dragon pistols gonna go for?
I think let's go the dragon pistols. I feel like they call them uncommon, but I want to say let's just call them. Oh wait, uncommon is more expensive than common. I think common is the 500. Bump that up to you get 2,000 on that stale instead of I think it was going to be like 1650. But do it to 2,000 because I feel like that wand of acid is probably worth more, or maybe
All right, so each of you guys take 700 gold from that transaction.
um yeah, I really don't know what like a good idea for the patron is. Maybe I should say the idea is a flat 100%. So you guys always can just get the value of the things that you acquire. And you don't have to like take a hit on them because she often would be able to be persuaded to pay over what the like listed price is. And I feel like doing the flat 100 is a solid example there. And then basically, we're going to have you guys branded where you have different items that are like Midris oddities, including like swapping out like health potions. Like, so the vial actually says like Midris oddities.
Hell yeah. And then Justin, did you already got two successes for shooting, right?
Yes, one more to go. Yeah.
So he's already kind of gambled twice effectively for this week and then went to sell those. Do you want to do any gambling before like going to shoot or going to test out the cost of shooting?
Would this have happened? I guess. Yeah. If this is happening after the we split up and got that 700 gold, I think Dalton will gamble again.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine. The actual order of it is not nearly as important. How much do you want to wager?
I think in keeping with his he's gotten a bit more hedonistic after coming back from the dead, so he's going to go half. So he'll wager 350 again, which I think is what he wagered last time as well.
Gotcha. Do you have inspiration? Did we already ask that?
I do not. I don't have a story though.
Gotcha. So beat an 11.
All right, 15.
Excellent. Can you roll a D100 for me?
71.
All right. Yeah, that seems so weird. So you're not losing all of your money, but you're also not coming out with as much. You're going to lose 30% of that. So you said 350. So I don't know, let's say you like leave with 300 in your pocket between, like maybe losing an extra hand or like your gambling bill. My bad. I explained like the full gambling game to them that like it's the D20 to see whether you win or lose. Odd means you come up with less, even comes up with more. So technically if you lost and rolled odd, you can come out with a debt basically. And that was
Oh,
kind of like explaining my whole like gambling system earlier. So I'd
okay.
say 30% of 350 sounds about like you come out with 300. I think that might be a little closer to 25, but I don't really care. I like rounding it and making it simple. Um, so 650, I think you have at the end of the day.
Okay, because I rolled a 15. I think that is a sort of.
Well, no, the
Well,
15 is you beat me on the 11. The
mm,
D100 is to see whether whether you come out with like less or more. You're looking to beat my D20 and then also roll even. If you win and roll even, you get 100% plus the extra percentile. If you
uh,
beat me and roll odd, you lose a little bit. If you lose to me and roll odd, you go into debt.
gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure if that is a simple way to do it or if it's overly complicated, but that's effectively how I've tried to sum up. I feel like it makes gambling at least a little bit more dangerous, but still quite profitable.
Okay, and so with the 71, does that mean I lose like what 30%? Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But
Gotcha.
just coming out with 300 is perfectly fine. I'm not necessarily going to do the math on it to tell you exactly how much. I don't think
It's
econ matters that much.
yeah, it's a little over 100, so that's fine. I'll just yeah.
Yeah, I think 300 is perfectly fine there. But if you wanted to do the exact, what is it? It's 115.
It's like 105 or something. So I took off 100, so I have
Gotcha.
yeah.
Like 650.
Yeah, and I figure Dalton's also, some of that is also just like spending, buying drinks and gambling on hands you shouldn't be, and the same sort of thing as last time.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the things that I feel like it sums up your drinking habits effectively at the casino. We also Jinx already did like two bouts of gambling. I think the first time he came up almost 2,000 off of 1,500 off of 500. Second time he lost 500 off of a 500. Do you want to do a second gamble and then we've got you to equal, or do you want to go straight to testing the shooting range?
So that actually was Dalton's second. I think we did the first round of gambling last. Oh wait, that would have been. Yeah, no, we did one last week that he lost. I think not a huge amount.
I got you. Yeah, last week though, I'm not even paying attention to that. We basically went over 2 weeks of the downtime last week. This is the third week of the 4 weeks of downtime. It was just
Oh,
a
gotcha.
question if you wanted to even up with Jinx or if you guys were ready to test to see the price of the shooting.
Yeah, I think if Jinx is going gambling again, then Dalton will go as well, and say do another 350.
Yeah, I did
Gotcha.
2 right before you got here, Justin.
Gotcha.
Do
Okay.
another
Yeah.
350 sounds good.
Yeah.
D to 6. All right,
All right.
and then D100.
All right. Even that time, 18.
Gotcha. So 20% on it. So what is that? An extra 70. So you walk away with like 420.
Yep. So all in all, about 30. Not that bad between the two. I meant.
And then yeah, exactly. And then I think that will put us at the actual shooting cost I think that was the one that I had set for 5d6 times 50 and then a percentile. And I'd say I don't remember if I had each of you roll this. You do have that dwarf Davrick who is going with you.
No, you rolled it and just told us how much it was.
Oh, I was rolling those.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just did. Yeah, you did it, and it was only one time. It wasn't like per person.
Gotcha, that makes more sense. So what is that? 50, 60, and then times a percentile. 21%. What is that? 60 times 21 is why
What
does
do we
this
do?
feel
Like
weird?
12?
Yeah, that feels really low when I had you guys paying 700 last time.
Yeah, 700 I think was a little higher than average.
It
I forget
had
what
to
the
have
first
been
one was, but it was
it
lower than
had to have
700.
been times a D100, not times a percentile.
Yeah, that would make more sense. So 120.
Yeah, I feel like that makes more sense.
Dalton,
20
don't you worry
times
about
60.
this. Dalton, don't you worry about this. When you were looking the other way earlier, I sort of hit a jackpot. I was keeping it on the low, didn't want to draw too much attention, but just say Papa's sitting pretty. So I'll take care of both these.
Well, all right.
Just hope it brings me a little luck and I can actually hit the damn target. I feel like I'm getting worse the more I practice.
I think 5d6 times 5 times the D100 makes more sense.
So does that change it? I took off 250 for the both of
Well,
them.
no, that's the like 1200 or 120 instead of 1200. 60 times 20 is 1200, no?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah. 1200 sounds way too high. I think 120 sounds much more legit. So yeah, this is just a shooting shot for you guys. So it's effectively a no proficiency dexterity test.
I think we both failed that one.
Yeah, mine's 5 plus 3, so I got an 8er.
Yeah, mine's a 9.
Yeah, I think 10 is what you're needing to be victorious there. So that one is a wash. Are both of you at 2 successes?
No, I only made one success so far out of like 5.
Gotcha. So I'm pretty sure that basically means in failing that one, Jinx is not going to have a chance to be proficient in this round of downtimes. But it will come up to then like a final week here. Is there anything else that you have in mind, Chris? Any other spells that you're interested in trying to see if you can learn? Anything else around the city that you would be interested in trying to like look into or whatnot?
Not right now. I think I'm good.
Gotcha. Does Gale have any interest in joining his friends on their gambling sprees?
No, I think he'll keep a hard grip on his money.
Gotcha. So with Jinx or Dalton, do either of you have coin you would like to attempt to gamble this week?
Yeah, I think Dalton's going to. He's made back some of his losses, so he's going to try and make back the rest. I think he's going to go 350 again.
Yeah, I mean, I join you, of course. I mean, want me or not?
Excellent. You got a win there. Can I get a percentile from you?
Oh, nice 20, bro.
Ooh, and even 72.
So what is that? I think we said 700 or not 300 extra, so you walk out with like 650. I guess really it's you already said that math. It's 100 on the 30%.
Yeah, so
So
it's about it looks like it's about 250.
250 extra. Yeah. So you walk out with 600. How about for Jinx?
I can only do 400. I need the rest for other stuff.
Need to 7. Excellent. D100. Excellent.
96.
So I think that comes down to you effectively doubled it again, whatever it's like 20 short of that.
So
Like I
380
said
is
over
what I
and over
get?
again. You guys can be as particular as you would like with the econ. I think the generalize is perfectly functional. Uh on to the shooting. Do you already have the other things that you were gonna do in mind? Do you want to risk the shooting beforehand? Do you want to do those other things and then test at the shooting cost?
I don't think Dalton had anything else, so he's probably ready to go right to the shooting.
Yeah, I'll go shoot with you. Or actually, if I don't have time to shoot and um do the other stuff, I'll do the other stuff instead. But if I can do both, I'll do both.
I don't think anything you guys have done is time consuming except for like Chris gaining a spell is something that he has forever now. And that's why it's gotta be a higher cost than simply like giving him access to it. That's why his were 5 complete days. I don't think anything other than like something like that has been stuff that you guys have, like risked that takes up a day. So I think you can do, I don't know what your other things are in mind, but I don't think shooting is going to preclude you from doing it.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
So do the shooting first.
Yeah, and even if I can't actually like give Dalton inspiration, I'm gonna inspire him. You got this, Dalton. Pave the way, brother.
Yeah, Dalton definitely thinks he's close. He's like he's gotten better at like loading it, knows how to hold it, thinks he's getting the range and the kickback better, but he's not quite there yet, but he thinks he's close.
All right, I don't, this comes out to 4,655. What is going on? I feel like I was a good multiplier beforehand.
I don't think I wrote down how we did it last time.
Yeah, 19 times 5 is 95. Oh, that's why I did the D100. The D100 reduces the price of it. So
Yeah,
it
what's
would
the
be
percentage?
50 is 950, and then we do half of that cost is 425. That makes so much more sense. It really was reducing it.
So 425, you said?
Yeah.
I've had a bit of luck these past few days, Jinx. I don't mind paying my own way on this one.
You sure, buddy? I hit it pretty big.
Well, you can buy the next few 100 rounds.
I'll probably swing around it too. Oh my gosh, I rolled double digits.
Ooh, and a nat 20.
Looks like that
Excellent.
inspiration worked.
So I think that's sufficient to say. Dalton, you have proficiency with the dragon guns now. And Jinx, I believe that'll put you at 1 shy.
Yeah, that's 2 out of 3 for me.
All righty then. So that should bring us up to current here. Um, I want to take a quick break here because I forgot to set up any water for myself to drink while we go. But this is where I would normally be putting it to you guys to kind of think about what you're actually looking to do in the city. There's still tons of things going on around you. And effectively, there's been a month between those things that have been happening. So there's a certain level of like you guys have kind of dropped and sort of like lost some threads. You have people out searching for those different threads. So there's that level of like contemplate like what are like the important places and the important things for you guys to tackle. But otherwise, let's take like a quick little 5 minutes here. I'm gonna grab some water and be right back.
I'm back.
Come back.
So, do we have any thoughts on what we're doing next?
Yeah, I'm back too.
I don't know if we wanted to try and like pick up the cult trail again, or go try and focus on something else.
I mean, we also have that House of Ladam getting the key.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So we can get in back into the. And now that we've seen some of the terrors that are kind of under the necropolis, having fought that Bodak. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Something like that.
So there's
Yeah,
also,
that's what I was thinking. That's a pretty good arc for now. You guys want to keep down that path?
yeah, I mean, also we do have the barbarians at our gates, like trying to find the chieftain who got kidnapped. Like, not sure that might also be connected to House Ladam. They seem to have fingers in everything, from what we heard. It's like connected with the underworld. They might know something at least.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought with the cults, because I feel like we also thought maybe the cults might have been involved somehow. But yeah, I mean, yeah, everything we've heard about House Vladum is, yeah, they're kind of involved in a little bit of everything nefarious.
When Dalton and Karina kind of got like the in with those cult members that we like met up with in the hotel. So I don't know if that's like a potential like lead further down that cult path too, to try to figure out where the missing king is and everything.
All right, have that. Yeah.
Are you planning on playing with Dalton right now, or are you using Karina, or what are you doing, Justin?
No, I'm going back to Dalton. I figure like the kind of the month of downtime was enough for him to kind of get his head back on his shoulders and uh, kind of blow off some steam after coming back from the dead. So yeah, for now I'm going to go back to Dalton.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like that sounds about right. Anytime you have like any big event in your life, like for a while, you like go into like your little spiral, either positive or negative, and then after a while, you're just like, this is kind of boring, just doing the same thing. I think I'll go back to what I was doing before.
Yeah, I think I'll keep Karina around as I'll essentially bring her, keep her around as the sidekick like I've been doing. And then if something happens to Dalton, I'll just probably jump back into Karina as the main. Especially given she's also, I think, successfully. Is it no? Is it her or is it just Neferndel? But like put herself off as one of the cultists.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like Neffy has worked out to be like a pretty good freaking sidekick overall because she's been like useful. You know what I mean? Like her herbalism or whatever has paid off nicely. But like actually as like a fighter, like in combat and stuff, she's definitely like subpar compared to some of the others.
I think that's how you'll find a lot of the character classes work out is combat wise, fighters are great, but they don't often bring like skill monkey aspects. Whereas like rogues and like bards are skill monkeys. They can do a whole lot of things. They just can't necessarily fight their way out of a wet noodle. No offense.
Oh no, I get it. But when you put the two of us together, we can easily take on a single wet noodle.
One wet noodle.
So the only other thing I was trying to do during downtime was, we had kind of discussed it like in talking before, but not like fully. But the two little things are one, I want to start getting a commission for a boomerang that comes back to you. And I know it sounds crazy, but it only comes back to you if you miss. I want the boomerang to come back even if I hit the target, so I don't have to go get it afterwards. And then two, I was just going to give away all my gold and show the orphans Debo, my new Onyx dog.
Hell depends
All right, so
depending on how much
what were
you.
you thinking there, Justin?
I was saying, I mean, depending on how much you won, you could probably set up your own orphanage at this point.
Yeah, I think we said when I got to like 10 grand, it would be like buying the building or whatever. And I'm about to hit, well, I don't want to spoil it, but I've already done 2,500 and I'm about to do another 2,500 right now. So I'll be like halfway there.
So I think as far as commissioning weapons goes, to commission a weapon of returning may consume most of your funds. Because that is what the Dreaming Apothecary does. Um, you guys might be familiar enough to recognize like Madrith deals in used weaponry and just random weird stuff. The actual creation of magic is 100% a monopoly for the Dreaming Apothecary. And it is very much a like the mafia style of thing. People who get into creating magical items very quickly find themselves having accidents and leaving that business just as quickly.
So this is what I was thinking, is that it takes time to like get an item commission. So if I could put like 500 down on the commission to like get it started and then pay the difference when it's done, is that possible?
I'm gonna say no because you are doing it to something that doesn't make sense to 99.99% of adventurers. If you were making like a +1 sword, I think it's entirely viable that the Dreaming Apothecary could be like, yeah, we'll make that and we'll take it down. That's not like the full price. But I think you'll have to do the full price. I'm trying to look up and see how expensive I should put the returning weapon price.
And that becomes like a magic item, like so like it won't be like stuff that only takes like full damage against magic items. That'll like work
Correct.
against that, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I'm going for.
I feel like there's at least one DMG weapon that has a returning property like that.
Yeah, I'm looking on the um 5e tools, and for
I'm
some
pretty
reason
sure
I
it's the
can't find
hammer
magic
because
items.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it's a
Hammer of
hammer because
Returning.
yeah, because it's Thor's hammer basically.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Dwarven Thrower. It's very rare.
okay, that's what it is. But see, it also makes your strength go up to 20, I think.
Yeah, it's a +3 weapon. It's got some other properties. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that
Oh no,
seems weird.
this one is just hammer of throwing. Weapon, light hammer, uncommon, requires attunement. You gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. In addition, when you throw the hammer, it returns to your hand at the end of your turn. If you have no hand free, it falls on the ground at your feet.
Where did you find that from?
Oh, I just like Googled hammer of returning.
Gotcha, but what's it from?
I don't know. I closed it already. I just put hammer of returning 5e. Hang on. Oh wait, hammer of throwing, I think is what it is.
Puts it in uncommon.
Yeah, yeah, it's 5e
Yeah, I
SRE.
think I
Okay.
would have to do probably to put it the same level of like 1,000 gold, and it'll be a +1 with returning.
Okay, yeah. And can I have
I
it like
could do returning without the +1.
no, no, that's good. That's good. Don't overthink it. That's perfect. That's what I want. And I just want it to still look cool with the gold and all like fancy and everything. So what? That's 1,000 for uncommon. Is that right?
Roll a percentile for me.
74.
Uh, yeah, 1,000 um for a +1 returning boomerang.
Yep, that's perfect. Okay, so 1,000 for that, and then I only have for the instead of doing the full 2,000, I'm gonna do 1,750 to the building.
Gotcha. So when you are dreaming and contacting the dreaming apothecary and you're like going over all of these things, when you say, and it's like golden late and it's got these like golden things, you just hear the actual like dreaming apothecary is 100% just blowing you off, not paying attention, saying, yeah, yeah, I got it. Got all this back. Yep, got him. Got it. Yep, of course. Oh yeah, definitely. You don't actually know what it's gonna look like when you get it. That's the stipulation at that price, is effectively he's just blowing you off once he actually knows what you want it to do. What it's gonna look like is gonna be something else.
Sounds good to me.
And then what were you doing with the orphanage with the Sisters of Dyra?
I'm like taking Debo, my dog, over there, and then I'm gonna drop when they're all like distracted playing with the dog and everything. I'm gonna put another 1,750 towards the building.
Gotcha. And you're trying to like hide this from the sisters?
No, no, like from the kids. I don't want the kids like knowing what's going on over there. Like, you know what I mean? Trying to keep it on the low though. I still want them to
Okay,
think I'm one
gotcha,
of the
gotcha.
peeps, not that I'm like coming in like, you know, I don't want them to look at me differently, I guess.
There's definitely a little fat kid who's dressed up in like the same like kind of outfit as you are. Very clearly, like he went through like some of the nuns' laundry and is like trying to fake some of your outfit. But this little fat kid is definitely dressed like you are, and 100% is like a The little kid from Nacho Libre who follows Jack Black around.
Can his name be Tanto?
His name can indeed be Tonto.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, that was it for me.
Alrighty. So you guys had discussed a little bit, and you were thinking of, my apologies, looking into the House of Latham and going towards that route.
Yeah, I think that was kind of our either that or continuing with the kind of cult storyline and maybe trying to use our uh, disguised or our secret identities. But I kind of like the idea of going, House Flatum more for now.
Well, maybe more like you could like use your contact, like you're kind of with the cultists to like put out a whatever they call it, like APV or whatever. Like hey, like if anybody knows what's happening here, like we've got some gold as a reward. Let us know. Or you think that would like blow your cover?
I mean, I think you all had Neffy, Dalton, Jinx, and Karina effectively undercover when you met up with those two in the apartment house.
Yeah, I think Nefrindel and Dalton were using the identities of like established members, and then I think we kind of introduced Jinx and Karina as um,
Oh, my bad. Yeah, those are established members that they were as well. Like, Nefrindel gave you guys essentially the identities of three of the other cult members. Effectively, she has removed them from the cult by replacing them with you.
oh, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, you guys haven't quite come to terms with this yet, but Nefrindel has, in many ways, taken over her section of the cult of the Brotherhood. Like, she has that cell of the Brotherhood of Venom that she is the like owner of now.
Yeah, so maybe to Jinx's idea, to Justin's idea, not so much like offering a reward, but maybe just saying, kind of like leaving some breadcrumbs to say like, we've, our cultist identities, like we've heard rumors that, you know, uh, about the barbarian king's disappearance. Um, having something to do maybe with another cell of the cult, and that we have some ideas on how we could put the situation to good advantage. Just something kind of very vague like that, just on the off chance that, if somebody who is involved, or, if there was a cultist who was involved who, is interested in kind of seeing the plans we have, that might get in touch. Kind of again, leaving it very kind of vague while we more directly focus on House of Latham. If that sounds good to Gale and Jinx.
So there's a few different. My bad. What
Oh
were you
yeah,
saying
yeah.
there,
I was
Jinx?
just gonna, I was just gonna say that sounds good to me. I don't mean to make things about money all the time. That's that's just.
I want to put it forward to you that there's a few different ways that you can try to put this feeler out there. Like, you guys can face to face talk to people where you can use kind of complicated ideas like that, and like use vagary and some stealth and deception. There's definitely the aspect of are now like a rogue, so you can use thieves' cant, but that is very, very basic ideas kind of put out there, not necessarily something where you can access a lot of like vagary in the language that you're using. It's far more like very simple, um, almost like archaic, like kind of pictographic ideas that you're sharing there. And then it's just kind of getting into creative ways that you guys might think of to go about it. But I definitely feel like there's like a difference between what you can kind of put out there as feelers and how complicated the ideas can be. Now, that's not to say that you can't insulate yourselves from this. Um, you guys have seen other criminals who hire criminals to hire criminals to off people. That's how you met uh damn, the pregnant girl. I can't think of her name offhand. But you guys are like, you've kind of come in contact with this where you're like recognizing a lot of criminals insulate themselves by hiring people to hire people. So that might be something that you want to do, to hire somebody to start to put this feeler out there, but to have them perhaps hire somebody else to put the feeler out there. Or you can start to mark up walls in alleys with thieves' cant with like a more vague idea. Or you could actually go to some of the shady places in the city as cultists and actually try to talk to people.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of subcontracting it out. Yeah, maybe we, as the cultists, we get in touch with some other organization and yeah, have them sort of start putting out kind of feelers and dropping rumors and things like that.
Well, I'm deep enough in with the cults that if you all would like to send me out to do this, I can certainly put some time in. Obviously, it gets more difficult when you all get worried that I'm missing for a few days, but if you could live without me, I can certainly go a little deeper and expose myself a little bit more to see what I can learn going around to other cults. Obviously, I will be indisposed to any of your needs in the present time, and I could certainly let everybody know in I'm trying to think where Nefrendel works in Delver Square. I feel like it's the D1.
It's Danbury's, right?
Danbury's, yep. I can certainly let everybody know in Danbury's that I won't be there for a week or two, maybe longer. That is perhaps the most surefire way for us to delve into the cults. Otherwise, if you want to risk a little bit more on all sides, I could just find somebody who is attempting to join the Brotherhood of Venom and send them out with that information to find more people who might be able to come back to us. So that's effectively Nefrendel saying, you can go without me for a while and I'll get good information. Or she can find somebody who's basically trying to join a cell and is insulated from the rest of the cult to go out and like put out feelers.
Well, if I've learned anything these past few months, it's you know how to take care of yourself, Neferndel. So um, I'd I'd be fine with um, leading you to it. But he'll kind of look towards Jinx because Jinx probably has more of a um, more of, I guess, more of a not really paternalistic, but he tends to worry about Neferndel probably a little bit more.
Oh, I mean, sounds good to me. I mean, don't need to leave a note when you tell us where you're going. It's not like people care where you're going. We just notice you're gone and then we get concerned. It's not like something crazy. It's just basic. You can tell he's like super defensive about it.
I don't want to go into my notes, but I feel like her response is, I left a note. I just didn't expect it to get brushed under the table and get lost. So yeah, you guys can send off Neferndel, and the idea is for her to essentially kind of like do some of the connecting the dots on the location of the barbarian king and like kind of the conglomeration of cults. Does that sound about what you're looking for?
Yeah, kind of with the idea that like because we probably need a reason for people to like if there are occultists who are know where he is, like why would they tell us? Aside from us being members of the cult ourselves, but kind of with the idea that we have ideas on how we might use him to um, kind of better usher in the chaos that the cults are looking for, and kind of just throwing that little, again, keeping it kind of vague, but like with the idea that Neferno could kind of spread the word that, you know, um, someone can, kind of either bring the barbarian king to us, or kind of has a bead on his location. It would be maybe to Jinx's initial thought, like could be such information would be um, quite valuable to us.
Gotcha. Feel like that's kind of where I've got things. That's more for me though to figure out like where the information will come back to you guys on than necessarily meaning to keep it vague. But I feel like it can kind of allow me to work what I want to work, so I think that's good. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add to her kind of mission statement as she goes off? If not, that then puts us to you all will go off to the noble quarters and start to basically stake out House Vladim. Um, do you have anything intermediary, or are we going kind of straight to House Vladim then?
Sounds good to me. Going straight there, unless anybody had something to do on the way.
I think Dalton would suggest maybe we, given we are as the as we were told, somewhat, at least somewhat, and thinking, a family like House Flatham that is involved in a lot of things might kind of have some knowledge of who we are, perhaps some sort of disguise might be in order if we're going to stake out the noble quarter. And if I remember, the nobles' quarter though is like one of the most heavily kind of patrolled areas, given the people who live there. So we might Might have to have some sort of backstory to explain our presence there if we don't want to get questioned too closely.
So I think from my perspective, I would say part of disguising yourself in the noble's quarters is not only like you perhaps want to be disguised, but you also need to get in with your identification. Like you're not getting through Dalengard as anonymous person number X. You get through Dalengard because you have a purpose in the noble's quarters. So and just to kind of like put it out there, like as you see on this map here, Dalengard is effectively the keep that is number 60, that kind of like outspurt the center. And then it like has inside of the keep that like winding switchback road where you're going up the cliffs. And then you're on the side of the spire almost when you're in the noble's quarters there. So you're going through the heart of like most of the militarized section of Tolis on the way into the noble's quarters.
Right. I do still have
So
those. I have
go ahead.
3 blank Imperial identification papers. So if we did want to try and forge identities, we could try and do that, or figure some other way out for us to kind of talk our way in.
Well, this also comes down to like I mean, you're always welcome to do what you want to attempt. Those identifications I feel like can be more useful at different places depending on what you're doing. Uh Dalengard is probably the most difficult place because it's quite also like kind of like the hub of the bureaucracy. So it's one of the places where you would have your papers actually checked and like, like confirmed versus if you filled those out for a false identity and just showed them to a random guard on the street, you're much better off like using those, in my opinion, to a guard on the street than necessarily in the base. Um, Now you guys have access to the noble quarters in the past from invites to, I'm trying to look up the name of it real quick.
Oh yeah, that Duke
Um,
and was that a Duke and a Duchess, or a Count and a Countess went to the party?
yeah, it's number 6 in that nobles quarters there. Just trying to see if
Lord
I can
Savar?
jump to it real quick. Savar sounds right.
Because I think that was the guy who was in Castle Shard. Because that's the place, right?
Yep, Castle Shard is correct. Yep. My bad. The city guide is only like 400 pages. It's not like it's difficult to find the exact page I want.
So maybe if we got like I don't know, if we sent a message to them, um, that maybe we wanted to set up a meeting, and then if we have an invite from from the Lord and Lady of Castle Shard, then we have a reason for being in the nobles' quarter.
Alrighty, so here's what I was looking for. Yeah, your best inn is probably Castle Shard, and that is 6 on like the northern kind of like section there. It's that like purple circle. All the way at the bottom, 36 is the Vladim Estate. So there's only a few locations that's like more southerly than where those are. But yeah, I feel like that's more or less like your best in, and then you can kind of contemplate, do you want to have like 3 of you scouting it under false identities with false paperwork inside of the noble district, but get through the gate and go to Castle Shard under true pretenses.
Yeah, and I take your point that yeah, they'll get a much closer inspection if we did try to do false papers at Dale and Guard, and obviously if they're caught out, the consequences could be much more dire. Trying to sneak into the nobles district itself, or nobles quarter. We could even actually have a meeting, if they're, if they deign taking up the Lord and Lady of Castle Shard, deign to actually meet with us, we could, get what, they must have a sense of House Vladam. I don't know if we know what sort of relationship those two have, or if they're opposed or what, but it might be worth speaking with somebody that we have a kind of pre-existing relationship with to get their sense of kind of what they know or what they've heard of House Vladam.
So I think that sounds like a solid first idea on how you guys approach checking out House Vladam is a morning venture into Old Town. Maybe sending a shadow sending while you guys are heading off in that direction and basically contact them ahead of time. Does that sound viable?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I do have a disguise kit. Do I need to bring that with us then?
Disguise kit is not a bad idea. Consider a disguise kit is almost like a makeup set for a play or something. It's not necessarily that you can go out of your way to be this or that person. It's not nearly as good as if you guys have access to, say, disguise self. But disguise kit goes a long way to having makeup that can change the pigmentation of your skin, change the color of your hair by dyeing it, have wigs, have fake mustaches, things like that are in a disguise kit, much more mundane ways of disguising yourself than the magical ones.
Yeah, and then kind of along the same lines, Dalton is thinking, if we want to try and potentially blend into the nobles quarter, maybe we before we go, update our wardrobes a bit. Buy, get some fancier clothing, try to look like we, have some money and belong in the nobles quarter. Unless we wanted to try and go, I guess. I mean, there must be servants and such as well, but
You guys would definitely know that servants, while they are accepted and known to be in the nobles' quarter, they certainly have more viability as a gray man of not getting noticed. They're unremarkable, but they also don't gain as much access. Whereas having the dress and pomp and kind of carrying yourself as nobles gets you a lot farther.
right. And Dalton does have, excuse me, sorry. Dalton does have he did get that name from that book that he had bought months ago now about some old family that used to be big, I think, in shipping the Abercrombies. So that's just, if we decide we
Roll a
wanted to,
history for me. Roll a history check for
sure. That would be a 17.
So without looking it up to confirm, I think by now, as a side thing that you've looked into here and there, you can kind of understand House Abercrombie is one of the noble families. I am pretty sure that this is one of the noble families where the last of their family went missing in the um I keep calling it um the undercroft, under the city. I can't believe I can't think of what it's called. But House Abercrombie has kind of disappeared. So to go as House Abercrombie might also cause a stir where you gain a lot of attention. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it also might be something that you want to do in the future. That also might be a perfect kind of thing that you use those false paperworks for, is to create people of House Abercrombie. But that might even be even more risky to do. But House Abercrombie is effectively a house that is like lost to the city for some years. Um,
Gotcha.
one of the Lords of Abercrombie line still lives purportedly, um, but he's not been seen for years. Yeah, so the 11th noble house. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of one of the things where House Abercrombie is sort of like here and not there. But yeah, I think that's a solid thing for you to potentially look into.
Yeah, kind of like a Count of Monte Cristo sort of situation. Maybe, yeah, in the future, maybe with a little more planning than, yeah.
Yo, great movie too.
And then also on the idea of just dressing as nobles, one of the finer places in Midtown is the place of the girl that you guys met. That little dress shop.
So yeah, Fawn, right? That was her name, I think.
Yeah, Fawn Quartermain, and the little place was.
Sashes?
That sounds right. I was thinking 184.
Would we even be welcome at Sashes though? What with things trying to mind control someone?
I vaguely remember what you're saying there. Um, in the long run, I feel like that's one of those things that just kind of blows over in time. I feel like I remember the situation.
Oh no,
Without
no,
turning your.
we were cool. It was like sort of like an offensive situation, but we weren't like arch enemies afterwards. I was just trying to figure out who the father of her child was, and I tried to mind control her, and she got like all mad or whatever. But we were like on good terms since then.
Oh right, it was actually fun. You tried to use it on like sharp person. I think it was.
Yeah, yeah. I tried to use it on Fawn to figure out who the father of the child was to like try to protect her, because she was lying to us at the time. But backfired, like most of my plans.
184 seems wrong. I think it's. I don't know why this doesn't seem. Shars 179. It's not Shars.
No, it's Sashay, right?
Could it have been 196? North Street? Gilman Street? So I remember it being like
I
a
don't,
workshop.
I don't even see 196 on here. But I
Oh, it's
don't think
by
it's that big of a.
bottom.
Oh, I wasn't even like showing that part of the screen. Oh yeah, that might be it. Nar Street. I feel like Nar is definitely it. Able Road. I think that was the red barn on the corner of Able and Ration. That seems about right. Regards, I wasn't even jumping there because you guys needed to see where it was, but just because I wanted to bring up that you guys had a location of fine clothing in the city that you could go to. So early morning for some nice clothing, or do you guys want to go as servants?
Wouldn't be a bad idea to pick up some nice clothing just so we don't stick out too much.
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is go to the nicest place in town as a peasant.
I think shadow sendings at their cheapest are like 5 silver to like send a message to Castle Shar. Do you guys have a thought on what you would send as a message?
Maybe the shadow sending, is that the one is that limited to like the 25 words, or is that the sending stones one only?
I'm not even too worried about it. You guys aren't gonna have like a crazy thing. I'm gonna say shadow sending costs more based on how many words you're using.
Yeah, I would. My suggestion, I guess, would be something like, we've had profitable, or profitable not the right word, but we've had productive um, dealings in the past, and with everything going on in the city, wanted to reach out to you to see whether a another meeting might be equally productive.
I believe the term you're looking for is lucrative business opportunity.
Well, we don't want to give the impression that we think they're only interested in money.
Oh no, of course not. I mean, we can spin it however we want, but the term lucrative business opportunity, it's just something about it. It catches your interest. It's almost better to be vague, you know?
Well, that's why I suggested productive. Productive can mean different things. Gail, what do you think? Lucrative, productive, some other.
I mean, I think the most fitting would probably be productive. I mean, I haven't met him, the Lord myself, so maybe it's better with lucrative. I feel like productive would fit what we're doing. Talking about he seemed to be working in the best interest of the city, so maybe put that in as well.
Perhaps mutually beneficial, which could certainly encompass lucrative as well.
Oh yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not like sold on any one thing. It's not a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, so maybe something like we send a message saying that we think perhaps a further meeting may be mutually beneficial to our shared interests. Leave it kind of vague like that.
Oh yeah, that's got like a similar type of spin to it. Shared and mutually beneficial. It's the same type of thing. It gets you excited, makes you want to know what it is, you know? The curiosity I think is really what sells it. So we send over the shadow sending, let them know we're coming. Stop by, get some fine threads. Pay a visit to our friend Fawn, and then off to the city.
Sounds good to me.
Gotcha. So, when you all show up to sessions, you see two familiar faces and a third who seems unfamiliar to you, who you recognize the two as, I don't know if you guys really will remember their name, the owner, Karina, and then one of the other girls is Rachel, who's worked there in the past. And then there is a new girl who is working there as well. Welcome to Sachet. How may we help you today? Are you looking to buy a fine dress for your lady? Would you like something for yourselves? What are we looking to put ourselves in?
Well, as it happens, we've got an appointment upcoming, and he'll kind of lean in almost like conspiratorially, um, the noble's quarter, um, and we would like to be dressed for the occasion.
Oh, how wonderful. Opportunity to show your worth in all the finest ways to turn coin into cloth.
Well,
Yeah,
we're hoping to show a little more than our worth, if you know what I mean. Make a nice impression.
I, what do you mean?
Something nice. You know, so we look like we belong. We don't just look like polished turd or whatever that saying is.
I cannot fix who you are, but do you see anything in my shop that looks like a polished turd? Please do not insult me. I feel like perhaps you know that you do not belong in the Nobles District and must seek help for yourself in order to fix that. Because it is, she taps on her head like real hard so you can like hear the like thunk inside yourself. And she looks to the other two. Maybe just the two of you have an invite to the Nobles District? Do you know what styles, what things you would like? Is there something perhaps that you've been imagining where you can break all of the different fashion thoughts and make something your own? Because if there is one thing that the nobles do best, it is looking different and making all of us wish that we could be as fantastic as they are. She like shows you like this hideous dress that has like a gigantic like leopard's face like coming off one of the shoulders, as if any sane person would be like seen in anything that's ever on like an actual like model's runway.
Perhaps for this first appointment, something a little more understated. Finest of materials, of course, silks, and but we wouldn't want to overshadow our hosts, at least not for this first meeting. So perhaps a bit more well, modest is not the right word, but yes, understated.
Are you looking for something bespoke to yourselves? Do you have a time frame? When is this meeting? Do you want some of the finest clothes that I already have produced? Or are you looking for something to have made for yourselves and perhaps take delivery in the month?
Something that looks bespoke if it can be arranged, but the timeline is a bit abbreviated. We would, of course, be willing to pay extra for a bit of a rush job.
How abbreviated is this timeline?
Say, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
We're looking to walk out of here with the clothes. We've got places to be and people to see. We procrastinated just a little bit, so it's gonna have to be like ready nowish.
All right, nowish means that we can do next to nothing in order to make these things fit you. So perhaps if you were open to the styles, we can figure out what fits you best and we can array you in these clothings.
Yeah, I'm looking for bold but casual. Okay, I want to be flexible, want to be able to move, want to feel free, but also look nice doing so. So, is that a section here for that, or
Bold, casual, free, flexible. I believe that will describe most things off over here in this a little more androgynous of a section. It's definitely fits the bold and casual and certainly has plenty of flexibility. Uh, you can certainly peruse what you think most delightful and perhaps try some of those on. Yeah, let me just have all of you as you're kind of like looking around the shop. Just roll like a D100 for me and see kind of like how lucky you are finding something that you like and also kind of fits you sort of thing.
Yeah, and Dalton is almost thinking, to their point about being like kind of, you know, the shopkeeper's kind of point about being a little bolder is like, well, perhaps ill-fitting is the new fashion statement. It's rather passe to have something fit you well, but anyway, yeah.
So Dalton's going for the MC Hammer Bespoke.
I think Gale will just try to get something that fits him as good as it possibly can, basically, and with nice materials. Hoping like better fit looks better.
and I got 68, and Jinx found some tights.
Oh, Gale got a 99.
Nice,
All right.
dude.
So all of you, it looks like rolled pretty high. So I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put that as like you're not exactly finding like what you want. It's far more you're finding stuff that's like incredibly like gaudy if you want something conservative. It's incredibly like ill-fitting if you want something like bespoke and like nice and like prim and proper for yourself. So you're finding stuff like all of you are finding stuff that's just slightly off kind of situation here. I think like for Gale, you want just kind of um you said like just natural and kind of like casual, right? I feel like I'm mistaken that.
I mean that fits pretty well because he's just looking to find like nice material that fits as well as it can without being like so.
Gotcha. So I feel like for yours, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's like along the lines of like you're in this like really gaudy, horrendously like bright, almost like kind of like camouflage style of like print where there's just so many different bright colors like splotched on this silk fabric that you've got this wonderful beautiful fit but you just stick out like a star kind of thing so you like feel like it's one of those things that everybody's just going to be staring at you in this kind of clothing but otherwise it feels like a really good fitting like wizard's robe kind of thing like it's one of the most comfortable bits of clothing that you've worn in a long while. Dalton, you were looking for something like loose fitting. Were you looking to wear armor underneath it, or are you looking to do something where you are unarmored while you are wearing this?
So I think, especially given the properties of the displacement leathers that he normally wears, he's planning to go unarmored, I think, underneath because he wants to fit in, and he would presume that most nobles don't go around armed and armored too much in the noble quarter. Like that's what they have guards for that.
Excellent. So yeah, I would say on some level here, like you're looking for something a little bit looser. Maybe you just kind of like find it maybe on the same level where it's just like a really gaudy print, but otherwise kind of fits you like with the looseness and everything that you want. Maybe you end up kind of finding like it's one of those things where it's so loose that the like sleeves hang down past your hands, and you're like almost like walking with the pants kind of dragging against the ground. Feels very high school to me to like have loose pants on that you're like wearing away the back of the pants as you walk with every step. But maybe that's kind of like the situation that you find yourself in. And what were you thinking, Jinx? You've got like you're just kind of casual, tight fitting. So I feel
Like
like in like
actual tights, and I think like he's still gonna wear like his regular armor and have his like gun and his fancy mustache and all that. But I think he like thinks he looks really good, but there's like way too much like awkward, weird like frill or something like that. Like it's like too ridiculous. Looks like something from Goodwill, not from like Gucci.
I was gonna say maybe you come away with like something that was actually meant for the theater, where you're almost in the actual like minstrel kind of outfit of somebody who's playing the fool. You're actually like in a theater outfit, basically, like in these silken tights of a fool. You've got like bells and tassels all over you. I feel like that's probably a pretty solid way to kind of fail at that.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. He like thinks he looks like a 10 right now, and he's really like a 2.
And then let me just have all of you guys roll. Um, let's do charisma here.
13 for Gale.
6.
I love how the bards both roll shit.
8 for me. Yeah, I know, right? Charisma is like our number one skill.
And Gail, you said you have a -1, so yours is a 13.
Got it.
So 27. So that's like a 9 average. Um, yes. So I believe our do you need all of the outfits like totaled together? Should I separate them for you all to individually pay? I believe your cloaks and things are about 70 gold pieces. Your outfit is about 110 and yours 125.
Hey, I don't suppose you have like one of those like really fancy like it's like the metal or like ivory stem that you with the and then the cigarette goes in the end of it and you just look all fucking sophisticated. Got one of those too?
Like in the process of you describing it, she like reaches underneath the counter into like the little glass case that's like right in front of her and just pulls out one of these, or maybe she pulls out 3 of them and she just kind of like fans them out in her like the almost like making a fist, so she's using her fingers to kind of fan them out. Would you like one finger length, half forearm, or forearm length? So basically like 3 inches, 6 inches, or 12 inches.
I mean, I don't want to overcompensate. I'll just take the little guy.
If you all are purchasing all of this today, I would be happy to throw that in for the group. 300 gold pieces to take away your outfits.
Oh, and sorry, Dalton's going to request if they have something like a walking stick as well, like maybe with like something with a like the top, or I don't know what it's called on a walking stick, but like some sort of like animal kind of motif.
Oh, What sort of animal is your favorite? Do you have a family crest? Do you and she'll like take you over to like a like dusty kind of like corner, like through kind of the back room where they have a few canes, and she kind of like shows you. We have the quintessential lion. So many people choose lion. It represents wealth. There are some here for those of the Gold Smelters Guild, and it's one that's like a smelting pot, kind of like pouring gold, like where your handle would go is like the pour of the gold. We have some for, and there's different things like say like eagles. What kind of animal would you like to find on a cane?
Yeah, Dalton's almost thinking like a. This is a little unusual, probably, but like a beaver as like a symbol of industriousness.
Gotcha. Roll a D100.
24.
Um, ooh, give me one moment, and she'll like head over to like a little workbench on the side, and you see as she picks up like just the head of a cane, and she'll walk back to you and she's, I've had this one that was damaged. If you come back in half hour, maybe right before lunch, I could have it recaned and could be ready for you.
That would be perfect.
So she'll like take you back to the canes, allow you to pick like the actual shaft that you would like it on. And effectively, she's just going to take a little bit of time to like replace the head on one of the other canes with this broken one. Is there anything else anyone desires? I think this cane would take it to 310 gold pieces. I would be willing to. I think that's probably as good as I can go. Does that sound good to you all?
So Jinx will like slide up his 100 gold on the table. And we used to know somebody that worked over here. I don't suppose she's still around. Hadn't talked to her for a while. Fawn Quartermain?
I thought you looked familiar. Fun met with some ill tidings and had to leave. I believe everything. Roll an insight check for me. I believe everything worked out for her in the end, but there was definitely some poor things in her choices for some time, and she had to. And she's kind of like straining on with the idea, like Bon had to go. Um, I think you guys kind of know almost sort of situation as she's kind of like leading it forward. But she also kind of like nods to you, like if you had more questions. Um, and she kind of like goes on, like um, if you were interested in a different ivory, I have some other choices in the back room that we could certainly show you. They are more expensive, but we could certainly discuss the uh, further prices that it might endow for the group. And basically, she's saying, like, if you want to discuss that more, we should probably go in private.
Yeah, I mean, if that's not going to delay us any further, we really do have someone to be, but we've got about 30 minutes if that'd be all right. And I think like our last contact probably was pretty legit with Fawn. It was like after the Munchkin was born and everything, we kind of saved her. So I guess I would just be not as much like trying to get like deep details or anything, but just kind of like, hey, like, have you talked to her recently? It's been a couple months at this point, probably since we have. Just kind of checking up.
Yeah, so there's two things for you to pick up here. One, she's the person who has to do the work for that half hour to start on Dalton's cane. And two, she has next to no more information than you guys have. Effectively, she's going to dance around and try to figure out, without sharing information, whether you guys know that she is effectively in hiding um, somewhere in the city. You'll basically know that she's in River's Gate, but Karina does not know. Karina just knows that she is in the city somewhere under a new name. Karina knows that she has a patron taking care of her and that she's effectively like employed doing it, but she doesn't know what she's doing. So you have more access to information than Karina really has. um, what Karina does have is kind of vague information of they probably talk more often as they share like messages. But it's basically one of those things where Karina's like, just kind of getting the occasional like card that's just kind of obscure, very short on information so as not to give anything up. Um, I'd say it's vaguely dancing around. She's in witness protection, but she's still kind of in contact. Was there anything else for your outfit, Chris, that you were looking to add to it?
No, I think I'm good with my very colorful outfit.
Excellent. Yeah, if everybody pays that amount, you guys are all kind of set here. You kind of have like a short delay as she prepares that actual cane head for Dalton there, but you can kind of pick that up afterwards. Is there? I think maybe while you guys are like leaving, like inside of like that kind of time frame, where you might receive a message from Cadmus. Who set the shadow sending? Was that from Dalton, probably? Hello, friend Dalton. This is Cadmus of Castle Shard. We don't quite understand what would be mutually beneficial, but as we left things previously, the three of you are perfectly welcome at Castle Shard at any sort of request of your own desires, so we would most handsomely offer our own invitation for you to join us. If you would like to come by for dinner this evening, that would be wonderful. If you need to come by sooner, please do not hesitate.
So I think Dalton will um, craft a reply. I think saying that, assuming if Gail and Jinx are okay, then dinner sounds uh, lovely, and we look forward to seeing you then, or seeing the lord and lady then.
So I imagine part of your reply is actually you discussing with Gail and Jinx on how to reply, and then it cuts off like partway through the reply because effectively Cadmus used sending. So the first 25 things that you said are what responds to him.
Yep, yeah, Dalton definitely is not familiar enough to know that like it once the clock starts running on the words, then yeah.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing where maybe Cadmus hears, excellent, Gail, Jinx. They've responded. They've invited us to dinner. Should I reply that we're excited to come for dinner? Is there any reason that we would have to? And then it's like that. It's like you excitedly discussing about how you're going to accept, and then it cuts off.
Yep,
But yeah,
perfect.
you guys have an invite for dinner time. If you wanted to go earlier, you are welcome to. You guys are effectively still early in the morning while you were at Sachez here. Do you think it's just the type of thing that you're going to burn through the day, wait for evening to head up for dinner? Do you want to, wait your half hour and go earlier and show up at Castle Shard for like an early brunch? Do you want to show up for lunch? What are you thinking?
I mean, we didn't get all dressed up to dick around. I say we jump over there and make the best of these outfits.
Yeah, I see no reason we can't head over there now. If anyone asks, these are the latest fashions from. Maybe there's some city outside of Tolis that we could, I'm sure we're gonna get some strange looks.
If anyone asks, just tell them I'm colorblind.
And your tailor hates you. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no reason not to head straight. I guess for the quarter and uh, Dalen Guard, just in case there's any sort of delay in us getting through.
Yeah, so I think as far as things go, when you're going through Dalengard, you guys would notice that security is definitely tighter than it's been in the past. I think you've come into some kind of contacts or some recognition where the guards are on a more kind of heightened schedule. They are constantly recruiting more and more like civilians into the guards as they overstress the guards as they kind of like move the actual city guards from the walls into those outer like guard posts. They're taking a lot of the actual internal guards. There's like two different guards groups in the city, but the ones who guard the walls and then the ones who actually guard inside are kind of almost like being pushed outward a little bit, so there's less guards in the city for a lot of you to see because most of them are manning the actual walls of the city, and then they're recruiting new guards to start to like man like the internal parts and getting kind of filling the ranks as they use more and more guards at all times. uh Dalen Guard is kind of the host of a lot of these new guards in training because it's effectively where like the boot camp is. So that main open courtyard is just filled with like new recruits and people effectively in training and being set up and prepared to kind of take their oath to the emperor and in particular like to the commissar. I think it's the commissar's men who operate the walls and then the city guards who man inside of it kind of thing. But it's a lot busier moving through Dalengard. Security is a lot tighter, and you definitely feel the difference between the last time that you've gone through and come to the noble quarters at invitation of Castle Shard. When you are actually queued up to get through, you find it much easier once you actually get there because effectively Castle Shard has put you on, it's not like a friends list, but let's say you like approach one of the guards and you're like, we're here to see the nobles of Castle Shard at their invitation. We should be their guests for today. And you see as like the guards kind of go over their lists and it's effectively kind of put on there like you guys have access to the nobles quarters via um Lady Zavril, and I can't think his name offhand, but it's like put up like you guys always have access to the nobles' quarters at this point. They just have you listed as guests anytime you would like, sort of thing. So it's basically like you guys are on the guest list effectively at this point. Lord Zavir and Lady Rill. So as you go through that, it's definitely heightened now. You do finally kind of get through all of the shoulders, make your way up to the actual queue to get into the uh the upper levels of the noble district, find yourselves kind of permanently listed as friends to Castle Shard, and you are welcomed to kind of pass through. And this is one of the first times that the city feels normal as it was months ago, previous to the actual siege of the barbarians. The guards are still here. The guards are still around, but in the nobles' quarters, the guards are like unseen effectively. There's a lot of them kind of like hidden away in like say like guard buildings that are kind of like shrouded by greenery, like vines kind of growing over them. So the guards are often out of sight, out of mind. And this is really just a very open green space compared to the rest of the city. So as you've walked before, what is it? The King's Road. You can head up along the King's Road to the east. You know, you'll cross, what is it, the Jeweled Road and Three Princes Street on your way to where Castle Shard interconnects with where it says Noble's Quarters there. But basically, you guys can head up along that route and kind of head inside and like walk across the bridge into Castle Shard.
I guess I did mention before, but one thing Dalton probably would have wanted to do before we headed over was probably maybe in between after we pay for the purchase and the cane is ready, just stop off at the Goblin House because he's not going to be carrying some of his like get rid of the armor and some of his weapons. He is going to keep um like the his rapier and such, but like basically just like offloading some stuff that he doesn't want to carry into the nobles quarter.
Gotcha. That's perfectly fine. I will put it to you. You guys are gonna go scout out and potentially infiltrate House Vladim. So you might want to be carrying stuff that you're going to be putting on after dark.
Yeah, so maybe he will. Can we hire like essentially like a porter to kind of keep in the spirit of us kind of dressing up to like essentially carry Dalton's pack with some of his stuff in it?
Who do you want to hire?
Actually, maybe he can, if maybe he'll have Karina kind of pose as his servant. He's not going to be happy about that, but she'll play along reluctantly.
Gotcha. So load down Karina with some of your goods and have her follow effectively as your porter. Is anybody else thinking the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think Gale would probably do the same, but I'm thinking how bad would it be to take a lizard man with him, like Bill.
Roll a
Nephews,
history check for me. While he's rolling, what were you thinking, Jinx?
Nephew's indisposed, so I'll just grab one of the other randos if we're all bringing somebody.
Let's see, it was a history check, right?
Indeed, yep.
Then it's 21.
Excellent. So most nobles you're gonna find are effectively human inside of Tolus. There are talks of one of the families being dragons. And don't know the name offhand to give. But other than like kind of their sort of ancestry, House Vladim is kind of rumored to be demons and hence have kind of tiefling like characteristics. There's like those little kind of rumors around things, but in general, the nobles are effectively humans inside of Tolus. So while a lizard man isn't going to pass for a noble, doesn't necessarily mean much about them being their servant.
Yeah, then he's probably gonna try to rope in Bill acting as a servant while we're there.
Gotcha. And then do you actually have somebody in mind for Jinx?
I'll take Jelly Belly with us.
Gotcha. So yeah, we can basically have it set up that you guys effectively head out there with the three of them kind of in servant's attire, more or less carrying most of your goods. So effectively the three of you are kind of without any extras and you are effectively just what you are wearing. Alrighty, so you all have been to Castle Shard a few times here. It is surrounded by this kind of like moat of like purple pinkish, like light that kind of shimmers as water does. It kind of seems to float almost in the center of it. You don't necessarily see any foundations, kind of like deeper beneath it. The main level is kind of this entryway that very quickly kind of leads to the outside of this central area where there is indeed an actual shard of this crystalline object kind of in the center of it, making it quite clear why Castle Shard is called Castle Shard. You never have direct access to that room in particular. You've gone up onto the second level where it is basically like a large kind of open ballroom where you guys had the actual party. The one time when Lady Rill kind of duplicated herself and she was effectively everybody's date to the ball. All of the little side things on the top are all little bedrooms. I think there's one guest who is, I think one of them's like, damn, I should be clear about this beforehand because I feel like she's a barbarian woman. And then there's another guest I think that is a minotaur. Um, but yeah, like when you guys come here, you are effectively greeted at the gate by Cadmus, who basically welcomes each of you by name, including all of your retinue, and basically asks like each of you in turn, like, "Well, welcome to Castle Shard. Is there anything you would care for today, Dalton? Would you enjoy a drink? Are you parched? Are you hungry? Care for a smoke?"
Oh, smoking a drink, bit of a pre-prendial. Yes, yes, that would be great. And he's sure that Cadmus is too refined to let it show, but he's curious what their new get-ups, sort of like, and maybe also like while we were walking up to Castle Shard through the nobles' quarters, like were we, presumably all getting a lot of kind of odd looks and things like that.
So roll two different insights here. One of them for Cadmus. You can tell me whether it's first or second ahead of time. And then one of them just for trying to get a read for people as you're walking through the city. Or
All
more
right. So
particular for the nobles district.
yeah, more for the nobles because he's assuming. Yeah. So all right. So the first one will be for while we're walking through, and the second will be for Cadmus himself. Okay. So first one is going to be a total of 8.
Gotcha. You really felt like walking through the nobles district, it was as if nobody was even noticing you all. It probably almost felt insulting after spending 100 gold to be like gaudy and like noticeable. People just don't even seem to notice you.
Gotcha. And then it's going to be a bit better, 18 for Cadmus specifically.
It's almost going to burn even deeper to recognize that to Cadmus, it's as if he couldn't even notice your clothing. Is it something that you desire to have your clothing noticed? Can you tell me that?
See, so I think Dalton's kind of two minds because the idea is we don't want to call too much attention to ourselves, like ultimately, but he's also thinking like, well, we look maybe not good, but at least distinctive. Like people should be noticing us, and so he's maybe a little bit peeved that there hasn't been more of a visible reaction that he has seen.
Gotcha. So as you're kind of like getting this read from him, as he like greets you and you like walk on into Castle Shard, the like moment your thought kind of goes to, can't believe he didn't even react to my clothes. You hear from over your shoulder, and I must say you look dashing today, sir.
Oh well, and Dalton will probably maybe take a moment because Dalton's like, I was just thinking that. But he will kind of nod and, oh, you're too kind, Cadmus. So thank you.
That's part of what I think your insight should be successful at is like feeling and wondering. The moment I thought that is the moment he said something.
Yeah, because we've seen weird things going on in Castle Shard. The last time we were here with like the whole Lady Rill multiplying and things like that. So yes, but it's definitely kind of definitely something that he kind of notices that.
So I think the waiting room is kind of towards the back and the right. Maybe it's all the way back. I think it's 7 on here. Where you guys have waited and meeting room. Does anybody else have like a similar kind of experience? Otherwise, again, Cadmus is doing a pretty similar thing where he greets you all by name, kind of offers or asks like, is there anything that you would care to drink, eat? Something like a smoke basically to enjoy, kind of passing your time. But basically, he's inviting you into Castle Shard, offering to satiate any of your desires and ushering you towards that meeting. So with the invitation in, you guys can all head there. When you kind of like sit down, you can take your seats. Nobody is at present there, but Cadmus will bring you in to take your seats. He will head out and almost immediately return with drinks or whatever you guys kind of desired. So you guys have like drinks, appetizers or hors d'oeuvres kind of thing. Maybe he brings in some different tobaccos from around the empire and kind of sets those out. But you guys kind of are sat and taken care of in a luxurious manner. And maybe 5 minutes goes by before, let's see, I think Zavir is going to be the first to kind of attend to you all. Yeah, Zavir will kind of come in first and welcome. It's been some time since we've met. How is everyone faring? I understand from Cadmus you've something beneficial for ourselves. What can we do for you? And what can you do for me?
Yes, well, it is good to see you again, Lord Zavir. It's been too long. Um, I'm sure. I'm sure you've been busy, as have we these past few months, and well, given everything going on with the city, these barbarians and such, we've stumbled across some information that might be of interest to you, and we're hoping that perhaps you would might be able to provide some in exchange, in return. As I said, mutually beneficial exchange.
Start off with another insight check for me here.
Sure. 10.
Maybe a little bit of kind of an interesting reaction. His interest is certainly piqued, as you kind of say. It's been months since we've seen each other. Um, as you kind of say about the barbarian siege, kind of things like that. I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of it's been some time since we've seen you, kind of thing. But his response is basically like, huh, you are always welcome at Castle Shard. Please don't wait so long next time before you return to the next. But please go on. What information would you desire from me? I would give it as freely as I can. And probably around this time is when you would see Lady Rill kind of enters the room, almost floating, barely kind of like showing any signs of walking, as she kind of like just sort of sinks into a seat as if she's floating above the seat.
Yes, well, we needed a bit of time to recover from the festivities. Quite, quite a party, I must say again. Um, but if we could, I suppose, get down to business. Well, I'll just come out and ask it. What sort of relations or knowledge might you have of House Vladim?
Lady Real kind of looks over at him with kind of a sly look. He'll kind of like look to her, look over to you. Do you have any awareness of my life and my history as you ask this question?
I don't. This is me. I don't think we know anything.
I don't believe you guys would know this either.
Yeah, so Dalton will kind of just give a shake of his head and
Roll a history check for me, though.
probably not. Yeah, that'll be a 7 total.
Gotcha. Yeah, so unless any of you guys kind of have this, I don't believe anybody has a reason to. Is there either of the others who you want to roll a history check here to see if you randomly know it? Is there anybody who thinks they have a cause to perhaps know some of the history of Lord Zephyr?
Yeah, I just rolled a random, see if I would know it. I got a 12 for history.
Yeah, I feel like just rolling a random for Gale as well, and he got what is that? 9. So okay, a 17. Yeah, 17.
17. So maybe for Jinx, you like kind of make a connection when he asks that, that the way he asks it kind of like lights a little fire in your head, like, oh, I feel like I've come across his name and House Vladim in the past. With Gale in particular, not too long ago, you came in connection with um the fact that Lord Zavir once served House Vladim. He was once a part of the House Vladim. So as you kind of ask, as he kind of like remarks to you all, he'll kind of look to Gale and just kind of with a little bit of like a raised eyebrow, like, there's no reason to hide what you know. Share with your friends. I'm sure perhaps they are unaware. And basically he'll kind of entice you to basically put it out there. Like, he's served House Vladim. He was once underneath the head of the house, Iristal Vladim, who most people in the city would at least have the vaguest understanding is ill. He's effectively infirm, but he is the head of House Vladim. And at present, it would seem like his, I think, son Godfried would be in line to rule the house. But yeah, he'll kind of go into a little bit more detail of effectively having served the house. He, I had a different life in the past. Castle Shard is perhaps beyond the things that make the world go round for many people, and the sacrifices that it took to gain lordship over Castle Shard were indeed enough to say that I have severed my ties to House Vladim. But I am perhaps one of the few people in this city who is most capable of sharing much information if there were important enough reasons to give that information. So you guys have somebody who is effectively served under the head of the House Vladim, and he's basically inviting you to ask whatever you might desire.
Yeah.
And
So
just to double check, House Vladim is the one that's like mostly died off now. Is that right?
House Abercrombie is the one that is effectively died and removed. There's
Oh, okay,
rumors
okay,
that somebody's returned.
okay. I got you.
House Vladim and House Balakazar are two of the houses that seem to be almost equally interconnected with pretty much anything and everything criminal in the city. I think you guys have found heavy ties to um, the cults with House Vladim, slavers, and ties to the Vi. I think with House Balakazars, you found heavy ties to the slavers, kind of criminals and drugs, ties to the Vi. You know, like the Pale Boys are all part of House Balakazar almost.
yeah, so Dalton's will do his best to kind of hide his surprise at learning this information that Gale seemed to have some idea of, and um, probably not entirely successful, but he will, in response to Lord Zavir's kind of invitation to ask questions, he will.
And my bad, I kind of want to make it almost clear, like it's perhaps the type of thing where Gale like read about, the servant of House Vladim, and it was like links to the name Zavir, but a name is a name, so you don't always connect the dots of like this name is this person. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing for Gale. It's not like he was hiding knowing this information. I feel like that's how it fits, that I can give you information as you find it here versus you guys searching of it ahead of time.
Gotcha. Okay, so A is Zavir, but yeah, then no necessary reason that that was a reference to this Lord Zavir. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so Dalton will respond. Well, as it happens, we've learned that House Vladim may have in its possession a certain key to an area uh, within the Bane Warrens.
A key very ancient. The family holds quite dear without knowing where it is meant to go. I know this key well.
Yes, well, as it happens, since we saw you last, we've been doing a bit of delving underground, and we believe we've found the door this key may open, as it happens.
Entering into the Bane Warrens can be both treacherous and quite lucrative. Are you all prepared for everything that might come your way as a result of opening these doors? What is your aim by having the key to access such a dreadful place?
Yeah, and sorry, Jinx and Gale, obviously feel free to jump in. I don't want to hijack the whole conversation. So
Oh no, you're good, Dalton. Go ahead and tell him. I don't want to fuck this up. I'll say the wrong thing.
I could inject a little bit. We want the key to get it away from, well, potentially harmful hands. We're working together with the church and the inverted pyramid to ensure that the Bane warrants are shut, so to say.
Let me have you make a persuasion, please, Gale.
Oof, yeah, that's a 9.
The Bane Warrens being shut is not an undesirable thing. But if House Vladim has had this key for 100 some years, Do you believe that it is really in danger, or would it perhaps create more danger for you all to meddle with it? I don't mean any insults. And Lady Rill will kind of like take over from Lord Zavir and kind of like look to Jinx and say, "But what you say and what you will are two different things. We are perhaps most interested in what you desire, not what you would say to think that it will accomplish what we desire. It is your actions going forward that will determine where things go into the future. You must have your minds in the right place, or perhaps all will go awry."
No, yeah, you're completely right. I mean, our hearts and our minds are in the right place, of course. No plan survives contact with the enemy, but yeah, I mean, well, we're good. We're fighting for good. We're trying to accomplish good. But I mean, you do bring up a good point about 100 years and them having the key and all that stuff. But I'm sure you noticed by now there's an awful lot of kind of commotion surrounding it. And just because something's been safe for 100 years doesn't mean it's going to be safe for the next 100 years. And we're just trying to make sure that it is. So I think I don't know. I feel like I just put my foot in my mouth again.
Do you have any further questions about the Vladim?
Like, understand it's been some time since you were connected with them, but when you were, we are considering a foray to try to recover this key, which we understand may be held within a vault within the house. Do you know within the house this vault might be, or where it was when you served them?
I do indeed.
And I imagine uh, and I imagine such a place is likely warded against intrusion. Um, can you speak of any of the defenses we might need to bypass were we to seek entrance?
I'm not entirely sure that it is in the best interest of the people of Tolis for you to gain entrance. But I could indeed. I just won't at present.
With this door that this key opens, we have, if it would change your mind, we do have did find evidence that it had already been breached by those who would wish Tollus harm.
That is certainly interesting. Was it sealed again, I assume, if you need the key?
Yes, or at the very least, we were not able to find a way through it ourselves after they had already gone through.
So I imagine the two of them might have like a momentary discussion and just kind of like looking back to you, and it was sealed. None of you were able to gain entry. Those who opened it, did they go in? Did they come out?
Um, they did go in. We have no heard anything of them coming out, but we did find evidence that they had a wish spell to save for a way to get out of the Bane Warrens.
Lady Rill will kind of like look to Zavir and powerful enough magic that it would prevent most all from entry. Did you take this mage? Have you? You said the door is sealed. How could they not access it again if this mage is free? What are the circumstances of this wish?
Don't I don't know how um, they have the wish or if it's an artifact or whatever, but we only found notes about it. But the mage, I think, or if whoever they were, the cultists at least, went through, we haven't heard anything about them coming out again. There were people, church members, and agents from the inverted pyramid keeping an eye out, guarding the gate. Haven't heard anything yet, and hopefully there haven't been anything.
It seems like you've gone a long way to seal this entry into the Bane Warrens, and it would appear you are successful. Is that not sufficient for you?
I mean, it's probably a bit of paranoid, if I say so myself, but the cults have been ramping up lately, working for their night of dissolution. And well, they found one way in, who's to say they won't find another, and even if they can't use the first way they got in, they find another gate, they will start looking for another way in, and that key is, I mean, if we could find out about it, then the cult can.
And if they get a hold of that key, they're gonna be able to open the gate, and all the demons gonna pour through, and it's probably gonna be the end of Tollus. So, I mean, you got to understand that while it's been safe for 100 years, I mean, why didn't they just destroy it? I mean, they're holding it for a reason, right? Why didn't they just destroy it?
They simply don't know what it is a key to, only that it is a key to evil.
Oh, well, that
Uh,
certainly
let
throws a
me
wrench in the gears.
let me have you all do a group persuasion, this time at disadvantage.
Right, 16 for Dalton.
God damn it, that's I rolled a 20 and a 7.
Wah,
Mine's
wah, wah,
16
wah.
total also.
Gotcha. It's two 16s versus a 6. Is that 32, 38, so a 12, 12 and a half. Your choices in the past have gone, in general, successfully for the needs that we require. Neither of us think it is wise for you to enter House Vladam and to draw any attention to this key. If you require to go there and you think it is necessary, we are not going to stop you. But I again say to you, we do not believe it is wise for this key to have any attention brought to it. It would seem that if this way is sealed, it is sealed, and those forces of evil must find another gate, as Gale said. And we do not disagree, but there are not many entryways into the true Bane Warrens of Gull. Those ways are shut. The world has collapsed around and is consuming the evil of that place. The spire is the evidence of its repulsion to the very nature of everything that is around us. The Bane Warrens should remain shut. But as you have spoken, the night of dissolution is not far. There are dangers ahead, and there must always be those who rise to the occasion. If you must, fear the daughter, and know that no matter what tells you the father is sick, there is something awry in his illness. There is no cause for Iristal to ever find illness in life.
That's an interesting little tidbit. And just out of curiosity, you knew what the key was for? I mean, for tens of hundreds of years yourself?
I know of the key that lies within the vaults of House Vladam that they hold sacred. It sits on pedestals during many of their dark rituals, a place of honor where it is seen by those who are not allowed access to their vaults. Other than that, the house has kept it locked away for many generations. That is what I know it is for. When you tell me that they have a key to the Bane Warrens, few other objects could be connected to such evil, and none would be so respected by such a vile family.
And is it possible that they would be working with the cult to potentially open the Bane Warrens? I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but they're not exactly, well, I mean, we don't really know what their goals are, but
Possible is an understatement, my friend. It is entirely likely that most cults that you will ever encounter with acts of evil at their heart are primarily funded by House Flatum.
so then, sure, the key's been safe for 100 years. Maybe they didn't know what it was for, or maybe they were waiting for the right time to use it. But I mean, you just said it yourself. There's no way that key is safe in their hands. I mean, right?
except for that it has been in the family for generations and they've not used it. I assume you guys at some point basically have shared, like, I don't know if you guys have forgotten, but there was a ring of wish that they used to open the door, and that was cut from the hand of whoever used it. And I can't think of the paladin's name. Pal, I think something. Like, he cut the ring from the hag's hand, and basically she opened the door as he fought it off. So that creature is locked inside without the ring of wish. Like, I assume you guys basically share that it was not a caster capable of using wish. It was somebody whose ability to cast wish was robbed from them. And that's part of the thing, like, where he would basically be able to share, like, nobody would use a wish if they had a key that just does it. Like, wish is something that you can bend the very fabrics of the world around you. Why, if you knew what that key would do, would you ever use a wish? They clearly do not know what that key does. And that's part of why these two would be vehement in insisting you do not go into that house and try to steal it, because that's the very type of thing. If they caught you with that key in hand, they're going to figure out something about that key needs to be, investigated further. At present, it's the centerpiece for cult rituals.
Right, it's sort of like an ancient artifact that they like worship, but they don't even really understand what its purpose is.
Precisely. Yeah. Maybe it's the type of thing where there's like a depiction of Gull on the head of the key, and that's why they center it in their rituals. But it's effectively like it has sat in these vaults for years without being recognized. Let it sit. Because if they used wish to gain access to that door, it means they don't know what that key does. But this is me, the DM, saying, you guys can do what you want. This is the information that you would get from Castle Shard, from Zavir and her. They would be very much against you all bringing attention to that key.
All right, I can see your point, not paying attention to the key, but House Vladam had connections with the cults, so would it be possible that they had any information about the cults in their house? We could find like bigger cults out there where their hideouts are, things like that.
I don't know whether I would say they would keep incriminating evidence within their house. The protections of being noble would keep them protected from any dangers of such things. But I do know that, like many criminal organizations, funding one person is usually capable enough of creating an entire organization below them. In the same way you all were able to look after Shriveled and destroy it with one person being killed, there are many things that they could fund a cult leader, and that leader would be connected to hundreds, thousands of people within Tolis. It does not mean that House Vladam knows even the closest 2 or 3 people beneath the demagogue themselves. But there is also no way to tell what would be in their house if you were to make ingress.
Then maybe we're looking at this wrong. It's like talking to Jinx and Dalton and all. Maybe we shouldn't go just for straight to the top of everyone then with House Latham. Maybe we should find what was the name of the Malik? The one, the leader of the Ebon Hand, I think it was. He seemed to have jumped from cult leader of one cult to cult leader of another cult. Might be connected then.
I can certainly see your reasoning, and he'll that is more directed towards, I guess, Lord Zavir and Lady Rill, and then to Gale. It may be, like you said, best to set our sights a bit lower down the food chain, at least to start.
Of cutting off the fingers before going for the whole hand or head. I guess it's a way to look at it.
And Dalton's gonna look back towards Zavir and Rill, and you said fear the daughter, and that there was something unnatural about. I'm forgetting the name, but the head guy. Is there talk that perhaps some sort of interfamily coup may be in the offing?
Let me get a persuasion from you.
That'll be a 27.
The males of the family outside of Aristal are little to be worried about. Let me get to their names real quick. Let's see. When is the last time I dropped this picture for you guys? So, maybe he like takes you into like another hall, where he shows you. Let's say it's like not this picture, but kind of like pictures of House Vladim, where he can kind of basically shine some light on who he's talking about. But he will basically describe to you, and give you a little bit of information about these folks. That is the picture inside of Discord. I think I've dropped that picture where you guys have seen it in the past.
Yep, definitely seen that before.
Irisol in the center here is the head of the family, and I've warned you he's not ill. Mm, something deeper is happening if he is to be ill at present. Irisol will die or go on forever. His affliction, his family, the demons that they have made deals with will be sure to see that. Rumors about the city, though, is that he is deathly ill. And he'll basically point out that, let's see, I have 3 names listed for 4 children. Wonderful. Gitara, and this is the one on the bottom left, the plump, large woman. Gitara is the eldest, and she is quite mad. It is best if you must deal with her, to understand that there is little to be done others than to weather her rage. Um, she's entirely without reason. Expect everything to be lost in madness. And then I think he'll go to like the sun kind of above him. I feel like that's the one I don't have listed. I feel like that is Alistar. Guitar, Alistar, yeah. Um, uh, let's see. The sun fancies himself a mage and spellcaster. He would expect to inherit the throne, or to inherit the family, but is little more than a um trying to think of the word of like kind of like constantly looking for approval. He's like incapable of sort of making his own decision sort of thing. He's like almost always trying to like just fish for his father's love almost. Um
Oh,
very
okay.
much just
Like sycophantic kind of.
yeah, sycophant definitely fits. Yeah. And it's just like it's completely unbecoming of somebody who's fit to rule a family, let alone a family like this. Godfried would be certainly worthy of ruling the family, but as the younger son, he will never gain that access and has little brain power to show for all of the muscles that he does contain. And then they'll look to Nirvana and say, and Nirvana is the one that you should truly fear, for she has all of the powers of the mental capabilities of her father, all of the understanding of the scope of what the family deals in, and she is entirely capable in everything she has ever put her hands to. She should never be underestimated, and at all costs dispatched. Not necessarily trying to tell you that you need to kill her, but just basically to like respect like this person is everything this family is meant to be. There is a reason House Vladim is in charge, and she is the like spitting heir to what her father is. She is everything like a good evil villain, like a good head of a massive family is.
Gotcha. Right. And then that makes that makes Dalton think, because I think there's also what some mysterious newcomer criminal element, was it a kill raven, right? Um, because my thinking is, or I guess what Dalton might be thinking is that, like, if she essentially, because of her, either because she's female or because she's younger, like she can't expect to formally inherit, but she has all these skills and such, like maybe she's branching out on her own.
Lord Zavir looks at you with a little bit of interest as you bring up Killraven. Lady Rill will kind of look to you for a moment, and we've heard a few things about this Killraven in the city. Killraven would appear to be someone who is in direct competition with the established noble houses. I don't believe any of the Vladim nor Balakazars are this Killraven, but whoever leads their crime league, whoever this Killraven is, they are still mysterious to us.
Well, just a passing thought. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think if Dalton would have any additional questions. I feel like he could like just stay. I mean, the Vladimir they're kind of morbidly fascinating, so he could almost stay and just talk about them kind of all day. But um, I'm sure there's any more like kind of direct, pointed questions on regarding the. I mean, Dalton's pretty well convinced. I don't know about the others, but that you know, Lord Zavir and Lady Real might have a point that we might uh, kind of do more harm than good if we focus on trying to get the key immediately. And to Gail's point, maybe we focus on kind of people a little bit lower down and trying to build our way up to um, dealing with this is obviously a dangerous family. But that's just a great picture too.
My bad. It just dawned on me that I really should just do this more for how easy it is to delete stuff off of Owlbear. I might as well just be dropping it inside of Owlbear. Yeah, this is a weird twist of fate just because of how Shard works and, the fact that, like, Chris thought of it. I feel like it's one of those things where this is kind of like where things kind of diverge based on your choices. Sometimes you guys make choices that turn into like an information dump instead of going into like the siege slash investigation of actually like infiltrating their house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking of the Epiphany's house where we essentially we were trying to do a good thing and we ended up unleashing the Hydra. And I'm thinking this could be like like we go in with like the best intentions, and instead of securing the key, we just make everyone aware that hey, here's this extremely powerful, dangerous artifact. Have at it.
Well, and again, that's kind of what the Bane Warrens are. So it's one of the weird things about going there is you guys gain access to a lot of powerful things, but pretty much everything that was locked in the Bane Warrens was effectively locked there because it was seen as evil to that one guy who I've named in the past. Um, but is effectively like one of those things where you just have like the question of do we go after the really powerful evil stuff? Do we want to use it? Can we use it for good? Will it turn us to evil?
Yeah, that's the guy you're talking about that who eventually like fell to evil, right? He was like he was responsible for like locking a lot of this stuff away, and then eventually something like somehow he got corrupted. I think, right? At least that's the story.
That is correct. Yep. Danar Rotenson.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I have the name in my notes somewhere, but yeah.
So, do you all have any other questions? Any other thoughts while you have the presence, the invitation to the shard? Do you have any thoughts? Do you guys want to take a break and try to brainstorm where to go next? We've got about 40 minutes left in like the normal session.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a quick 5-10 minute break if that's all right with everyone else.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, let's take 5. Give you guys another chance to speak with them. Otherwise, we'll figure out where you go next.
All right, thanks. Be back in a few. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So I was thinking maybe we could still try to kind of scope out the Vladim house, but more not so much now to try and figure out how we're going to try to break in and raid the vault, but more because sounds like they are definitely involved or probably involved with the cults, at least some of the cults somehow. Maybe see if we can I don't know, see if like there's anybody going to the house like for if they're having meetings, kind of to further our goal of like for Gail, like you were saying, um tracking down Malik. I also think it would be maybe good to get, not necessarily immediately, but just given the descriptions we've gotten from the Lords of Your and Lady Rill about kind of the family dynamics. Dalton's first thought is that Alistair is maybe the weak link there that we could potentially use in the future, right? To if he's trying to gain his father's approval, might be more open to manipulation at some point if we decide to go that route.
Yeah, definitely. I'm I'm on board with that. It's like thought for future as well. Kill Raven, like as they seem to be in opposition with like the nobles, House Vladimir and everything. Might be a good idea to find a way to get in contact with them as well. See if we can like maybe help each other, even if like we don't. Not sure how bad of the criminal variety they were. Like enemy of my enemy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like, if the kill rate, yeah, if they're like kind of the up and comers, um, so I would have to think that like with the barbarians at the gates, right? Whoever controls whoever has the barbarian king, right? He's probably worth a whole lot of you can essentially go to the if you had the barbarian king, you could go to the city and be like, you can make the barbarians go away, right? You just but you have to pay us some, essentially hold the city for ransom. So if we could find if we could make contact with the kill ravens and be basically like, all right, uh you know you can help if we can help each other, like we can get the barbarian king and also deal a blow to the cults that are working with your enemies. you know I don't know, that's a thought too. We've dealt with some shady people already, so what's one more criminal gang?
Yeah, I just got a thought as well. We've dealt with criminals. The ones from the Warrens, the Pale Dogs, right? Maybe it would be worth asking them around as well if there's been, because they seem to be very protective of the Warrens, like that's their place. So if there's been like chaos cults trying to encroach on it or like try to poach people or something, they've heard anything, that then leads to follow.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah.
Because I mean, from the chaos cult's perspective, that would be a good way to like get foot soldiers, I guess, like people who's pretty down on their luck. Just I'm
I
just
mean,
thinking cult manner in general.
yeah, I mean, the Warrens is pretty chaotic already, right? So what do they care if the rest of Tolis burns, right? They're already kind of the neglected and forgotten.
Definitely been hearing some good things there. I feel like my brother's back as well.
Makes me think of that idea about the Warrens. It makes me think of I don't know if you've seen the most recent Joker movie, but it's like kind of that idea, like, you know, just anarchy. That's kind of the area that's like primed for it.
Yeah, I'm back now. Whenever everybody's good.
So first and primary, do we have any other thoughts while you were at Castle Shard? Otherwise, I know Dalton basically said, maybe we should go check out House Flatham, not necessarily to break in, but effectively just an initial scout. I feel like you basically said maybe see who's coming and going. If you could spot signs of like cultists kind of coming.
Hey, so random question here. Because obviously we've been to Castle Shard a couple times, and it's more likely that I forgot the answer than just like have had the same question multiple times. Um, what is the actual shard a part of? Do we know that? Like, does it give them power or something? Or
Do you want to ask them?
yeah, otherwise I'll ask in character if this is not something that has already been obviously addressed. So do
So
you want me to just pick back up RP or we
yeah,
good?
that's fine.
So it's a dumb question, but I mean they say there's no stupid questions really, but so the shard, obviously. I mean the shard in the room. What is it? Do y'all like get power from it? Is it sort of like your rock god? Or I'm just curious because I've heard a lot of things, and why not go right to the source? I mean, we're at the source, so I'll close my mouth. You talk.
It is indeed a pink elephant in the room. Many people who are invited here do not go so far as to ask. Suffice it to say that the shard is from elsewhere. The castle around it is elsewhere. And we are all there.
So it's like a pocket dimension type thing. We're not really like in Tolus right now.
Maybe Tolus is a pocket dimension, and it is not quite here right now.
Now Dalton,
Jink's just gonna be like shaking his head, like, uh-huh. This makes perfect sense to me.
now Dalton's thinking like he's thinking back to their initial kind of meeting, or their initial meeting this time around, where Lord Zavir said some time ago, and then when Dalton mentioned months, Lord Zavir seemed to not taken aback, but like a little surprised. He's thinking like maybe time flows differently in this particular place, and that would support the idea that this is either this and Tolus are the connection is hazy somehow.
Yeah, we kind of spoke a lot about time like this session, but it is vaguely my goal when speaking as either of these two to try to recognize like a passage of, not necessarily giving a finite length of time. That's why I was trying to say like generations of the family went by. You guys would say so like tens, hundreds of years, and I would try to respond with those like generalized like words for passage of time, not numbers of years. But yeah, that is precisely what I was hoping you would kind of pick up on. Is these two, this castle, this shard, are not a part of Tolis. And it's definitely one of the things where, in general, they share that with you. But that was kind of the aim of how she kind of shared it, is to not necessarily like break your minds with like what this place is. But the shard is something else. It is not in this place in the same way as other places are within their like boundaries. And it is definitely their kind of manner to say that Tolis is here more than we are there. Almost to say that the shard is more real than Tolis and the entire like planet kind of here. This place is a pocket universe to the shard.
Yeah, it makes me think of also like the island in the necropolis, like not the same degree or type, but it's like just something is like almost like completely set apart from its surroundings, kind of thing.
I can't remember the philosophical way to say it, but it's like in kind, not in damn, I can't think of the other one. Because it's the same kind of thing, but it's not the same magical thing. It's a
Yeah,
different type. It's like in type, not in kind. Maybe that's a better way to say it.
yeah,
And you could
like I don't,
definitely recognize.
yeah, like I don't get the sense that like the island is like, you know, the same kind of other than Castle Shard, but it's definitely other, like kind of similar to how Castle Shard is, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and bringing it, if you like actually brought that up to them, they would definitely be able to effectively agree. I'm trying to look for the name of the druid so I can respond like with that. But effectively, they would be able to say um, that indeed Andrak. Andrak is one of the oldest humans of this place and certainly is older than either of us. But the shard is older than even Andrak. And again, this is like a big lore dump question to have asked in the least bit to actually inquire about the shard. But they'll also basically share like their positions always exist. There is somebody always guarding the shard, and that's what these two do. That's part of why they sent you off to do stuff, because they have to be here. They have to guard the shard. Um, that's what they do. There's always two people here, and in part of that, they'll kind of like reference that it doesn't mean that it's always been them. There have been other guardians at Castle Shard, but there are always two guardians.
Yeah, it makes me think of Tom Bombadil in Lord of the Rings, like very powerful, very mysterious. Maybe can't leave like that little kind of area that they essentially like is completely cut off and protected and other than the rest of the world.
In time, perhaps we all arrive close enough with one another that we could share more of the history of Castle Shard. It's not necessarily something we would freely give, but it is also not something that you don't perhaps deserve to understand. And certainly, as guardians of Tolis, might indeed find yourselves on the path towards one of our positions. That's more or less. I could definitely give you guys like a much more like of a lore dump into what Castle Shard is. You guys could potentially research and find out more about Castle Shard from an outside perspective. But in the long run, again, that's very much like one of the rabbit holes of this setting is delving into what Castle Shard is. And 100%, I guarantee you, Monty Cook was thinking of Tom Bombadil when he created the Shard. It's definitely something that breaks a lot of the rules of this universe, and it doesn't belong, but it's there.
Yeah, so I think Dalton's like, his only other question is like, and I'm hoping we might expect an invitation to the next party you throw. But other than that, Dalton is probably they've given him a lot to think about, but he doesn't have any other specific questions at this time.
So, as you guys kind of like wrap up with Lord Zavir and Lady Rill, I think you'd probably have like one more time where Cadmus looks to you all before you're leaving. Is there anything else you would desire? What you would care for before you go to the road?
Fine for me, thank you.
Well, while we're here, I wouldn't mind another drink for the road. And Dalton he's not going to say it, but he's going to think of a particular type of whiskey that he likes to drink. 'Cause he's
Gotcha.
getting
Do you
this.
have a name for that whiskey?
I don't offhand. But let's just, I don't know, let's say it's like distilled by a particular, or maybe it's like it's got a dwarven name, you know. I imagine
I
dwarves
got
are
one.
good
Don't worry.
distillers.
So, as he kind of exits, is anybody else requesting anything of Cadmus? Do you have something, Jinx, before he leaves?
No, I'm gonna say something when he gets back though.
Gotcha. So as he leaves, he'll come back and he has um like cup and this is just me having to make the to-go pop joke, but he basically has a to-go cup set up for you. And he'll kind of like look to you and just kind of and a little bit of a road pop for you. Hammer Throws whiskey, their 12-year vint, and it is an old fashioned for you.
That will certainly hit the spot. And that is, I'm assuming that, yeah, that's kind of exactly what Dalton was thinking of. He was essentially testing a theory and seems to confirm. Um, I think that's the idea we're going for, right?
100%.
Okay.
You don't need to tell him what you desire, but when you think about what you desire, Cadmus will deliver it to you.
You're always
It's
so
also one of the
honest.
things. My bad, real quick, Jinx. And it's also one of the things that I don't know if you guys recall from the first time or two you've been here. He leaves, but there's no time spent gone. He basically will leave a room and immediately comes back. There's that like time when he is gone is over with. So he'll like get your order, leave the room, and he's walking right back into the room. What were you saying there, Jinx?
Yeah, so if we're like, I felt like we were like putting two and two together here. Like, this is definitely like magic, kind of like in your head, type thing. And I think Jinx would say, we always seem to know exactly what we want. And you know what? I've got you figured out as well. I know exactly what you want. and he's gonna like reach and pull out one of his pouches with the 10 gold in it and try to give it to him. Just being polite. You were waiting on a tip, right?
I don't require your kindness, sir.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's not an obligation, but that's what makes it a tip is, and one more time, he'll kind of like try to give it to him.
So this is what kind of has me perplexed there. Jinx likes to be parted from his money. Do you desire to give him the tip
Yeah, yeah, I
to
want
not
him to take
have
it.
10 gold?
Yeah, I want him to take it. Yeah,
Yeah, so I think he'll, like, on that front, take the gold from you.
I knew it. I knew it. Sorry, that was so rude of us. We're always a couple steps ahead of ourselves. Sometimes we end up stepping on our own feet. Appreciate everything you've done for us. Really, I mean, the tobacco, the drinks, everything's always been the finest.
It is my pleasure and my goal to satisfy any desire that you might have, regardless of what it might be. My aim is to please, and we do everything we can for you. Otherwise, everybody heading out of Castle Shard at that point. Can I get a perception check from the group here? Looking for the highest of you all. Forever got the highest total. Because Gale already rolled high enough on the flat 16. Do you have a modifier there, Gale?
Yeah, I got a 19.
Anyone beating
Yeah.
a 19?
Nope, I'm 17.
Not mine's 19. Yeah.
Gale, moments after stepping away from Cadmus, Jinx has a bag of coins attached to his belt. It was not there previously. You can try to give him the damn coins, but you can't get away with it.
No, I definitely knew he wasn't interested, but I feel like Jinx was like sure that he knew that like the whole time he was being polite, but he really wanted a tip from her.
I was thinking like, well, if you truly desire, if that's what you truly desire, then like you're gonna like leave and find your coin like out your coin pouch like just like empty. If you truly desire to give away your money, they will make your dreams come true.
I think it's like a 50-50 though. It's a combination of him liking to give away his money, but also like wanting to be right. So it's like the double whammy.
Before we actually have you guys jump away from Castle Shard, do you basically change? Are you guys getting prepared to infiltrate House Vladim? Are we saying that you've kind of stayed for the day and you're like approaching at night? Are we saying that you stayed in your noble garb and you're approaching during the day? What kind of thoughts do you all have on that?
Yeah, I think Dalton um, would. I mean, he was good. Kind of. I mean, Castle Shard is pretty fascinating, and good food, good drink, good conversation. So he was in no huge rush to leave. So um, I could see us kind of lingering there for a bit and leaving more towards like late afternoon, early evening. I think once we left though, or maybe before we left even. Yeah. If the idea is that we're going to go, not necessarily try to like break in, but to just try to scope out, it might still be a good idea to, yeah, like change into more or less kind of showy, gaudy attire, like get more into our normal sort of gear.
Yeah, yeah. When we go on the mission, we want to wear like our armor and everything like normal, right? Bring our weapons.
I mean, I guess the risk is that it's a good trek from Castle Shard down south to um, the House Flatham. So we could also like leave Castle Shard in our noble attire, and then maybe see if we can find kind of someplace out of the way closer to House of Flatham to essentially gear back up.
Yeah, I think I can. I think it's 10 minutes for my armor. I don't know about you guys, and also I can make I think 4 people invisible.
You are
Yeah,
light
medium
armor, right?
armor.
I'm pretty sure most light armor is only a minute to doff,
Yeah,
and
I think 10 is heavy armor.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. I have that the leather studded
Studded
leather.
leather. Yeah, I think you're like a minute to dawn and a minute to doff. I feel like it's stupid easy for light.
yeah, it's like not so quick that you can do it like in the middle of a fight, but yeah, it doesn't take too much time.
Yeah, like heavy armor, it's impossible. It's like 10 minutes to put it on. I think 5 minutes to take it off. Light armor or medium armor is like 3 minutes to put it on and 5 minutes to take it off, something like that.
Yeah, I think maybe it's with heavy armor, like you can have that if you have essentially like a squire helping you. Um, like I imagine like getting
Sounds
into
right.
plate armor yourself is like close to impossible. I
Yeah,
remember.
so we could leave the sidekicks behind, and then I could make all 3 of us invisible, and then we could like either sneak in or sneak over there or whatever.
Well, are we actually trying to sneak into the house, or just kind of like setting up, like doing some reconnaissance at this point? That was my thought, was more the latter.
Yeah, if we're just doing reconnaissance though, that way we could be like all in our gear. So when we go through town, we could be invisible, so it's not like drawing attention to us or whatever.
So, do you perhaps want to change into your equipment, share with Lord Zavir and Lady Rill that you're going to go over there, and basically leave Karina, Bill, and um, Jelly Bob back here?
Is that what you guys were thinking, Dalton and Gail?
Yeah, I mean, if you can make us all invisible, that, yeah, if we leave the sidekicks behind for the recon mission and go. I mean, no better way to go incognito than going invisible.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like the best choice.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good then. So it lasts for 1 hour, and I'm gonna upcast it to 4th level whenever the time is right, and that will be 3 targets. So that will be all 3 of us.
Gotcha. So, I think the Nobles District probably would take you like 20 minutes to walk from Castle Shard to the Vladim house. Do you want to go invisible or do you want to get there and turn invisible? Noble District is one of those weird places. Like, it's very open in that it has green spaces, it has the least amount of foot traffic to like just blend into people, but it also doesn't mean that you couldn't possibly find a place to like turn invisible close by. But it's also one of the places where if you're seen in those places that you would hide, it's going to be super shady. You know what I mean? Like where the trade-off is. It's like the dichotomy of like really busy streets that are easy to not be seen.
Would we have like seen other people that are not guards specifically that were in like armor or carrying weapons?
Roll a perception for me.
I see nothing.
So I'll say you don't see anything that's going to confirm that, but I feel like this is one of those things where I feel like Jinx probably has enough streetwise to recognize that when you see nobles going around, you can't always tell who their guards are, except for that you can tell that a noble, like a real noble, one of the 11 noble families, they don't travel alone. You can usually tell who the noble is because they have the nicest clothes. And even though everybody else is in very nice clothing, it doesn't mean that all of them are wealthy. A lot of those people are still working, even like as a part of that retinue. So I would say you don't see anything to confirm people are in armor, but it's definitely one of those things where I feel like you've got the streetwise to say there's probably guards around nobles, even if you don't spot the armor.
Okay, I got you. So yeah, I'll wait till the timing is right and I'll make us all invisible then.
Gotcha. So you want to cover some of the distance.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds good. And then maybe like when we get near, if we find like a good spot, because it only really takes a second to go invisible. And realistically, if something does like go amiss, you could always go invisible then too.
What is your stealth modifier? If we did a stealth with your arcana, do you have stealth proficiency? And then like charisma? Yeah, that sounds about right. A charisma stealth check, I feel like. My bad, my bad. I wanted the modifier. I didn't want you to know whether you rolled what you rolled.
Oh, okay, well, I rolled a one again. I don't know if you want that for anything, but I took
I
inspiration on my last one.
I think Justin didn't have inspiration as well, so at least now we've got all three of you inspired.
All right, and the stealth is +6, charisma is +4.
Gotcha. So plus 10. Alrighty. So yeah, you guys can kind of pass down there. You're, past kind of that like triangle that leads towards Dalengard, and you're on the southern half of it. How close do you think you get to House Vladim before you do it? Like if it's say 7 minutes from the triangle, do you want to go like half that and be like 3.5 minutes? Do you want to be 5 minutes? Do you want to cast it just kind of last minute? How close do you think you take it?
Um, I think that if we're like seven out, I'll go ahead and do it right now. That seems like a good spot. We're so far enough away that we wouldn't have been like recognized or necessarily seen in the area.
Gotcha. So out near the triangle for Dalengard, you guys can go invisible. You feel pretty confident that as you cast it, nobody's paying attention to you. Nobody seems shocked to see a group of three people just kind of disappear. And you guys can kind of continue on from there. Again, on this map, it is house 36 towards the bottom of the map. and it overlooks the actual cliffs and the rest of the city. But as you guys get to it, you find this is one of the not necessarily like only houses that's kind of gated off, but it's one of the few houses that is like gated and kind of walled off from the rest of the noble district. There's definitely oh, I wonder if I can adjust this to the angle. One second, my bad. Ooh, I can. My bad. This is one of the few houses that is actually like kind of gated off, and kind of like walled off from the rest. But you guys can basically see that there are like trees inside of their grounds. You can see the house kind of in the center of the grounds, and you can see um, maybe the peaks of some of the other buildings in the grounds. Um, Maybe like 7 or 8 foot walls where you do have to climb up to actually look over. So this map here, I turned it around so it's actually orienting north. That was what I was kind of saying. Is that you've got a north orientation with this view here. So it's not necessarily confusing, even though it is like a diagonal map. But this is kind of where, again, you guys can kind of see that on the east side, it faces up against the cliff. You do have like copses of trees along like that front of the cliff there. You've got the house with the roundabout, and you can see where at least like the guard kind of barracks are. You can see that there is a somewhat kind of steady flow of the guards kind of coming in and going in a half hour of watching them. You're not going to be able to gain like a full sense of what happens in an hour, but at least in a half hour, you do see some guards come and go. You would see some kind of the feeding process at the stables, and you would definitely hear baying of canines from the kennels.
For the guards that we do see leaving or going, do they wear any sort of like distinctive livery or like uniform essentially, or are they kind of just standard, armor and weapons and anything particularly distinctive about them that we can see, I guess?
I don't actually see like a particular like livery for House Vladam, but let's say that all of the guards are wearing similar armors. Um, and it's like put it at like a large kind of canine, like the Starks from Game of Thrones, like where it's like a large black dog, kind of like
Gotcha.
on their
Okay.
cloaks, maybe.
Yeah. And sorry, have we determined where we essentially set up to keep an eye on things? Sorry if I missed that.
Not necessarily, but with like a half hour to watch from, Like, you guys would basically be at least walking by the gate. So I think the first place you would be kind of like taking a moment to look over would be like near that actual entryway. With that little bit of sight, you would see, a certain amount of the house and you could potentially investigate further. But I would say if you're looking from the gate, you can probably see like that much kind of thing. Once you're like looking from the gate area, you might hear that the kennels are over here, even though you can't see it. Um, and I think that gives you a pretty solid understanding. You might think this is all forest and not really even notice that there's an outhouse there. You might not know that there's like a clearance up to the cave. But that's kind of where like I don't necessarily want to hide information from you when like what you might know might be different than from what you can see with the actual map. Like, this all could be forest and you just think the dogs are inside of there somewhere until you actually go look from the other place. But I don't think it really matters.
Gotcha. Yeah, sure. And I imagine the house is pretty substantial size, right? More of a kind of manor than like just a.
Oh yeah, my bad. The house has what, probably like 8 windows on each side from that front entryway. Large like bay doors up above the entryway, big large wooden door at the entryway. But it's basically 2 stories up above ground. So what is that? Like saying that there's like 16 to 20 rooms like in the house. It's a pretty large manor.
Oh, and as we sort of get towards like that 40-minute mark or whatever, I will also express that I could do it again, but I can only make 2 people invisible this time. So somebody would have to kind of like dip out.
Yeah, more or less, it just kind of depends. Like, what are you guys looking to do while you're scouting here? What do you guys want to like reassess from another angle? Um, you know, Again, with the idea that you might have some blind spots about like the size of these like forests inside of here. Do you want to go for another spot that clarifies that? Uh,
I was almost more thinking maybe if we see a guard essentially leaving guard duty, um, I mean, imagine probably well, yeah, I don't know. Like, if the guards, like, do they live on the premises? Do they live elsewhere in the nobles' quarter? Do they live elsewhere? I'm almost thinking like maybe we follow one of the servants and, maybe we can get some information from them somehow.
Roll a D100.
55, just about in the middle.
In the time while you guys are watching, you don't see anybody leaving the estate.
Yeah, I mean, imagine they have mostly live-in help.
I mean, is it worth buying a little more time? Could we find out more if we had another hour or so?
Are there any any nearby buildings or areas that what's across like the way from the estate? Like, is there any place we could try to set up like surveillance sort of stuff? I mean, imagine most of the places here are like other noble estates, but just kind of curious if there's what else is around.
Roll a history for me.
22.
So that square building across the way, it's not like towards the front of the gate for House Flatham, because the gate again is kind of on the southeast side of their estate. That building that is squared off there, it is a large apartment building. It floats about 80 feet above the ground. That's perhaps some place where you could attempt to get an actual apartment and have a way to like spy on House Vladim. But it's definitely one of those places where like this is luxury in the noble quarters apartments. It is quite expensive and you're not gonna be able to do it like without pretty hefty down payments.
Gotcha. And that's 33.
Yeah, that's 33.
Okay. Yeah. I see the gate. Yeah. A, yeah. And I don't know if we have the gold for that sort of expense yet. Um, yeah. I feel like, I don't know if we want to risk getting caught kind of loitering around House Vladim, um, to Jinx's point. I mean, I guess we could try to. It seems pretty open here, so yeah, I'm not sure there's any place to really try to set up someplace to try and watch from to remain inconspicuous. And I guess unless we tried to like, I don't know what that building down just a little bit south of the opening is. If we could, I assume that's probably another home, and there's a road right there. So yeah, we might. Yeah, not sure there's any place really where we can stay incognito without staying invisible. Um, I guess the other idea is like if we wanted to try to essentially come up with some sort of story to um, like set up a meeting or something, like try to you know talk our way into the estate, but I think we probably need to plan for that. And at least now we know that we can essentially we have kind of a way, we can um, come into the nobles quarter. uh, we have essentially an open invitation with Castle Shard, so
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good scouting mission. We definitely figured some stuff out. I'm not sure what we were really looking for necessarily that we didn't find, but no, we know the layout. We know we could come back here whenever we want. We could push our luck. I mean, we're not even sure if we really want to get the key, so it's not even like we should just break in. 'Cause we don't even know if we want to. Yeah, matter of fact, they almost had me convinced we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I got it, but I'm convinced as well that they certainly have seem to have the right idea about leaving the key alone, at least for now.
I'm thinking maybe we back away, regroup, figure out our next move. Press our luck right now.
So you guys move off and start to head away from House of Latham's estate. When you guys go to leave it, can I have you all roll a perception check, please?
23 for Dalton.
Looks like
30.
nobody's going to beat a 23 there. Dalton, as you kind of head away, you kind of just like look back, and it's just kind of a last sort of like I don't know, like kind of thought, just to kind of like take one last look as you're stepping away, kind of thing. So, you're heading down the street some way past like that floating apartment already by the time you kind of like just kind of glance back. And you swear you see like a furred, kind of hunched over creature that's like on top of the wall, right about where you guys were looking over the wall.
Yeah, so Dalton will maybe wait till a little bit further and to mention that to Gale and Jinx. But we might not have been as invisible, safe from prying eyes as we thought we were. And I suppose it,
Let me have you make a nature check. Yeah, do a nature.
okay. And I'm thinking it also makes sense that I mean, House Flatum is powerful, so they probably have, aside from like mundane guards and such, they probably have certain magical defenses as well. Would only make sense. So that nature that will be an 11.
Um, I feel like that's kind of one of those things where I don't want to give you any information, but I would say unless Dalton kind of holds this as like a matter of pride, I feel like it's one of those things that you guys are still going back to Castle Shard. It's probably one of the type of things that you could talk to Zavir about. Um, but yeah, I kind of feel like it's not necessarily that you're going to pick up anything more. Just maybe ask Zavir about the guards that they keep, kind of thing.
Yeah. Was I able to tell this furred creature, like, did it seem to be bipedal, quadrupedal? Was I able to make any of that out, or just kind of some sort of furred creature?
You basically would see it kind of hunched over, So, and in silhouette, basically. So I would say largely you're kind of incapable. The
Gotcha.
problem is that you rolled really high on the perception. So that's why I said it was furred. I feel like if I told you it's bipedal, you already kind of know what it is. And that's part of where I'm kind of like tough on it because I feel like a 23 is pretty good. Um,
Oh, it makes sense. It's also
I
dark, so
yeah, I
at this point.
think if you think Dalton's like too, I don't know. Do you think Dalton would actually ask about it? Because then I'm just going to tell you outright here.
Um, he knows he saw something, but he doesn't really know. He doesn't know what he saw, so I'm not sure he'd ask without. He doesn't want. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure he'd actually ask. Aside
Gotcha.
from saying, aside from letting the others know that he saw some sort of kind of furred thing, I don't think it wouldn't strike him as, it's definitely odd, but I'm not sure it's the kind of thing that he would feel like, oh, let me go ask, what's that? Well, I saw some furred thing. What do you know about that? I'm not
You
sure.
know, I think when we get back to Castle Shard though, after seeing the like dark dog on their like as their kind of symbol and everything, and then after you kind of like describing this creature, maybe not sure if it's like bi or quadrupedal. I think we would like kind of mention it and say that it must have like sniffed us because we went invisible. I think Jinx would kind of like talk about that.
It doesn't seem like a stretch. I mean, if you're sharing that information, I feel like it could easily go that far.
Yeah,
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 and I did not. I didn't even put together. I didn't think the dog angle of that. So yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, so on this go about with you guys returning, as if it were just like a kind of like casual know nothing, um, I'm gonna have Zavir basically like kind of looking to you just matter of factly. House Vladim has kept werewolves for generations as their guards. So the kennels are indeed where the guards live. Their guards are all werewolves. If any of you guys shared that you had a desire to break into House Vladim as you were leaving, I was going to give you silvered weapons as you left House Shard. But I didn't want to make it too obvious. But that's where we are going to end things today, with you guys kind of picking back up with your guards. You can basically find out among some of the last information from Castle Shard. Uh, they do indeed keep werewolves. When you guys go, if you guys go, it would be wise for you to have either magical weapons and or silvered weapons.
Oh, glad Jinx thought to ask. Bad.